See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself. See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself. Open your eyes. See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself. See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself. Open your eyes. See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself. Open your eyes. See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself. See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself. Open your eyes. See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself.
Second. Yes, good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? My people, can you hear me? Yes? Okay. Hold on 1 second. Oh, everybody can hear. Oh, Lorraine said fine. No, no, who said finally? David said finally. No, it wasn't finally, no, David. I was here talking to Kevin, setting things up because there's a little technical issue on the radio side. So he's trying to fix it. We were hoping that it would be complete. But no worries. Kevin is on the case. Kevin is working on it right now. So him tell me, say, just go ahead and start. So first, let me just say good afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome to Reason with Rattigan. With yours truly, Will, the Rebel Rattigan. Want to welcome all of you in the chat. Those of you who are regular supporters who make the sacrifice every Saturday, sometimes during the week as well. Miss Extian says she can't hear me. Can everybody hear me? Can everybody hear me? Can everybody hear me? Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 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 testing. Yes, Jeffrey, of course. Yeah, good. OT, yeah, big up on yourself. So, want to thank all of you for being here. As I've always said, you made a choice to be here. You could be somewhere else, but you decided to spend the afternoon with me and the rest of the family members. And for those of you joining us for the very, very first time, and I know some of you, I hope you find this program to be informative, interesting, and the kind of program that you'll want to come back and watch constantly. God willing, that will happen. As Malcolm said, and that's Malcolm X, education is the passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. So in keeping with that, be prepared. Be prepared to be educated today. Let me just go to the program chart that producer Joan did for us. Here we go. All right, slide 1. All right, agenda. Say the first one. Don't let them fool ya or even try to school ya. Well, that has to do with the Constitution. Constitutional reform is very much alive and center on the agenda because this month they will start debating the bill that's before Parliament calling for constitutional reform. But Professor Rosalia Hamilton will be here today, and she'll be talking about some deficiencies, not some, a lot of serious deficiencies with the system, and why this bill should not go forward. And I agree with her. We have different reasons. We're looking at the issues from, I agree with her, what she's saying, but I also have another view that I'd like to. I've shared it already, and I will share it again today. Second thing on the agenda is a tutorial on obtaining information from the government. People, this is very, very important. How do you obtain information from the government? Do you wait for them to come and disseminate it to you at a press conference? Not a good idea. Do you wait to hear from a friend of a friend of a friend who knows a parliamentarian? Not a good idea. There is a way, and it's the law. It's called the Access to Information Act. And when you fill that form out and you send it to the government, except for a few cases, or in a few cases, they will provide you the information. A lot of you have never heard of that act. And those of you who have heard of that act, many of you haven't filed a single ATI, access to information. So today we're going to have one of my favorites, Jeanette Calder, strong, educated, proud, intelligent Black woman. She will be here today to walk us through that process. It's not that difficult, but it takes some navigating. And she's going to help us to navigate that path through JAMP, their website, the Jamaica Accountability Meter portal. She's going to walk us through that. That will be about 7 o'clock this evening. Around 4 o'clock, we'll have Professor Hamilton, and she'll be here for 2 hours with us until 6. I'm going to be talking about the lies and the misrepresentations about the debt to GDP ratio, the recession, and unemployment. And I'm going to show you. We've talked about this before, but you would think that the government would stop with the nonsense. Stop telling the people half truths, misrepresentations, and sometimes flat out lies. An educated citizen is the best voter, because you're not voting party, you're not voting color, you're voting issues. You're voting issues. Just remember that you're voting issues. We're also going to be talking about this case, this MARISA DALRYMPLE-PHILIBERT case. And if you notice, people, she paid a fine. I think it was less than $1 million Jamaican dollars. She could have been ordered to pay up to $2 million or 2 years in prison. She was fined. We're going to talk about how much of a blow this is to Jamaica's anti-corruption efforts. Andre, you're right. Jamaicans don't vote issues, but you know what? It's not because they don't do it. That's not reason for us not to at least make the attempt to have them understand what's going on. You never know what's in the hearts and the minds of people when they get inside that booth. You never know when you talk to people how it's going to affect them. If at all, you don't know. But I believe in this. For every single time that I take a shot at the goal, there's a chance I can score. There's a chance. If I don't take that shot, there is no way I'm going to score. No way. And how many of us, we've had moments of epiphany where we believe one thing and then there's a triggering action. Something happened. And all of a sudden, your vision becomes clear. You start seeing the issue for what it's worth. You start making changes. We've all gone through those moments. And so that's why I'm here, and I'll never stop talking about it, because I hope, trust, pray that our people will do the right thing. If I could get just one person to say, I understand where you're coming from, and I pledge to be a voter concerning the issues, I'll be satisfied. And of course, we're going to play Jeanette Calder's view on who you are as a Jamaican in the political process. Very, very interesting. We've played it several times, but it's worth playing again, and we will. Hopefully, we'll have enough time to get to Rattigan and Rogers. Roland, big up yourself, my brother. Roland lives in the UK, and both of us, we filed an action against the DPP. And we're going to show you what became of the action. And we're going to talk about some things that we have planned. So, and then the last thing is, who is responsible for, move this to Kevin. Yeah, who's responsible for damaging brand Jamaica? We talk about this all the time. And we talk about it because there was this perception. In fact, it was more than a perception. People actually said it, that It's us. It's people in the diaspora damaging brand Jamaica. And when you look at what's going on in Jamaica today, you'll quickly realize that it's not the people outside of the country. It's the people running the country. They're the ones damaging brand Jamaica. If you recall, the Minister of Industry, he hired a consultant to improve Jamaica's image, to improve brand Jamaica. We haven't heard anything. We don't know how much money was paid. We don't know what this person is doing, but keep this in mind. At the end of the day, I'm free with money and we're not asking questions. And that's why I'm saying that we have to be more involved as citizens. We can't sit down and just say, I saw the thing said. Because if that's the way, if that's the path we're going to go down, then things will always be set away. And that way will never be in our best interest. Never be in our best interest. So those are the things we plan to talk about today. The panelists, of course, I'm here. Not sure if Isaac, because Isaac is busy doing his thing. Kevin, where you there? Stuart or DJ Kevin Stu. He's here. See him there. Prezi has been busy. We're not sure if Prezi is gonna come on. JAMAICA'S, he's here. He'll join us. He's running a few minutes late. So that's where we are with that. The engagement norms, we all know them. Be an active listener. Use your time effectively. Be present. Speak to contribute from a constructive standpoint. And I emphasize that because we have some people in the chat. At times, they get wayward with their comments. And we just don't have time to engage those people. So we will quickly remove them from the chat. Because most of you, almost all of you, you're here because you want to hear what's going on. You want to learn. You want to share your opinions with us. And then we have, unfortunately, a few who they come on and they try to disrupt. They try to distract. Well, it's not going to happen. We have OT in the chat ready. Who else do we have? Let me see who else we have in the chat. We have Elaine.
I think Elaine is there.
I don't see Joe Block, but we have Elaine and OT here. And then from time to time, I look, and as soon as I see something, I don't even waste time. And I tell you what, a lot of times people, I've removed people without saying anything to you. It's not worth it. Just move them, move on. Jeffrey Tavares, please, folks, this Tuesday, March 4th at 7 p.m., he will have as a special guest former Senator K.D. Knight, who's also a former Minister of National Security. And they will be discussing Jamaica's political climate. So make it a date and don't be late. That's Make We Talk this Tuesday, March 4th at 7 p.m., where Mr. Jeffrey Tavares will have as his special guest former Senator, former Minister of National Security, K.D. Knight, one of the luminaries in the legal profession in Jamaica. All right. Celebrating others' contributions, enjoy the experience. Spoke to you about the guests already. All right. I love this, Kevin. I love this one here. I love this. People can't even see that. Because that is what we're going to do today. That is what we've been doing, but we're going to ramp it up today. It says, the truth will set you free. But first, it will make you miserable. The truth will make you miserable before setting you free. That is if you row against the tide. If you come with a viewpoint that what you're saying is absolutely 100% correct, and then we show you that it's incorrect, it's going to be miserable for you. But in the end, I'm telling you, during the program or after the program, you're going to sit when you have that moment where you can commune with your thoughts, and you're going to say, them the right. Them did right. Them did right. And then Kevin, there's something else here I wanna play for our folks before we here we go. This one here. Folks, this one must be played, should be played, have to be played by every person on social media who is standing up for good governance. Here we go.
I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians.
I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians. That statement was made by a politician. And we're going to play it today when we introduce the topics. So let me see what else I have here. Relax with the rep. Let me just quickly make some.
Yeah, a couple more slides on there.
Yeah, I'm going to get to them. People, tonight, Relax with the Rebel is going to be extra special. By the way, at midnight tonight, midnight until 2, Dr. Love will be on. And you must tune in and listen to this, brother. He played a really nice set on Wednesday. He started with Mento, then he went to Ska, then he went to Rocksteady. And I think he played 1 or 2 reggae selections.
Played some reggae.
Yeah, but tune in to him tonight from midnight to 2. I'm coming on from 10 to midnight. And here's why it's going to be special tonight. We're going to focus on love and righteousness. And we're going to celebrate reggae music done by female artists from all over the world. Of course, Jamaica. But you will hear from female, and I shouldn't say female reggae artists, because some of them are not reggae artists, but them do a reggae song. So I should say you will hear reggae songs done by female artists from all over the world, including the US. And you know, we have the short boss, the boss lady. You know, we have to play a PR song. We have the boss lady, we have to play a PR #1 hit, you know. Then we have artists from Sweden, Denmark, the UK, France, and let me see where else we have them from. Argentina. So we have a really good selection. We are going to start with a slow tempo and build it. So tune in tonight, 10 p.m. till midnight. That's Relax with the Rebel. Now let's go to Easy as Sunday with the Rebel. That program, which is supposed to be broadcasted every other Sunday, I fall on my sword. I mistakenly thought that for some reason March 2nd next week Sunday. So I'm making plans with artists to come on next week Sunday until Kevin still pointed it out to me and said, no. Kevin Stew and producer Jones said, no, what world you living? The second is tomorrow. I said, no, but I talk to people and set them up for next week Sunday, because I was doing it based on the day, not the date. So I'm telling people, yeah, next week Sunday, next week, not this Sunday, next week Sunday, not this Sunday, next week Sunday. Not figuring out that it's a second. So here's what's going to happen. Please forgive me, my own one. But we will not be broadcasting tomorrow. We'll just do it as planned, because as Kevin pointed out to me, if we do it tomorrow, then we're going to do it again next week Sunday, and it will throw the schedule off. So please forgive me. Please forgive me.
See what them people.
Be back a week from tomorrow, and we're going to have some surprise guests for you, and you're going to love the program. We'll make it up to you. Now, Come Reason with Rattigan, which is the Wednesday night program. This past Wednesday, we had a fantastic show. We had I try to remember all of the guests that we had. We had Dr. Ben, we had Chris, and I think we had Sean. Yeah, Dr. Ben, Chris, Sean, Pastor Ricky, and Jamaica's. And we had also an enthusiastic and inquisitive audience. It was quite a show, I tell you. It was quite a show. By the way, Big up to Rison Primary Care. Big up Richard. Big up TT. They're prettying up the place here right now. They're supposed to be on today, but they're doing some rehab, painting and all that stuff to welcome you. So, and I know some of you have actually gone to see them already. Big up to all of you. And those of you planning to go, next week is a good time. So put that on your list of things to do. All right, shout out. Let's continue to pray for a number of people. Papa Trevor, Mapi, I'm gonna see you soon. We have to talk. I know we spoke briefly today, and Kevin, I didn't laugh. Oh, tell the people why Kevin's laughing, but it was, it was something else. Oh, Scuffler Music, I must play Strong Black Woman by Magano. All right, I'll look for that. Strong Black Woman. All right. So Mapi, forgive me for calling you so early with a bunch of people on the line, including Kevin, because Kevin's still a dead with laugh about why you would call. But that's okay. Margin, big up yourself. Desmond, Paul, Bunny Jump, stay some my brother. Hope all is well. Jonah Marie, Fittest the Hardest Dread. Mrs. Nelson, Bobby D'Souza. Oh, your phone call, Bob. Barry, hope all is well. Mr. Baxter, Sassy Diva. Raleigh from Dread Eye Dread and from Firehouse. Danny Gopes from Firehouse. And Roland from the UK. Big up on the city. And of course, we cannot forget our ambassadors. And we're not talking about ambassadors, the Jamaican government's ambassadors. No, we're not talking about those. We're talking about ambassadors affiliated with us, with the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. And last, and definitely not least, Producer Joan. Big up yourself, Producer Joan. Kevin, come in, sir.
Greetings and salutations, officially, everybody. How y'all doing? Missed y'all last week, but that event was really good up in Orlando. We had the likes of Third World, Ed Robinson, Marcia J. Ball, Lady Tia, Minister Marion Hall, Lady G, these Yamistic, Kumar Fire. We had all of these people performing in order to raise funds for Lieutenant Stitchie. Bonnie Ruggs' daughter, no, her name just slipped me. She performed also. You know, it was an awesome turnout in support of one of our very own, and so people can still contribute and show their love in the recovery of Lieutenant Stitchie. So if you can send a $5, $2, $1, $500, anything that you can, feel free to try to get back one of our great entertainers, both in the secular world and in the gospel music world, back to his feet, back to doing his thing. He is SSL. He's pushing along. He's pushing through. He is trying, but sometimes we need a little help from our friends. And so we're here to give that support, that help. Joan Myers was also one of the performers there. And for those of you in South Florida, Joan Myers will be in South Florida for a concert with Jabez in April 19. So you'll get some more information on that. I have a little bit of insight on that one. So, but tonight I'll be back with the Saturday stew. We get to mix up the thing just the way we like it. So it gives Rebel a break, right after Reason with Rattigan and right before Relax with the Rebel. That way he gets to change over his personalities. And then Dr. Love. Some people were thinking, Dr. Love, the one that's on the radio, yeah, it's a Dr. Love, but it's not the Dr. Love that the cast and the mix up. Not that Dr. Love. And so those of you that say Dr. Love don't talk to anybody, I'm pretty sure he'll speak with you tonight. Be interactive in the chat room as you've always been, and I'm pretty sure you'll get some responses. If not, well, I have my finger on the pulse here. All right, so yeah, get ready, get your notebooks, your helmet, your seatbelt, have everything ready for today's broadcast, because as usual, you're going to be taken for quite a ride. Those of you who are tuning in who always tune in on Reggae Global Radio, there seems to be an issue at the station, and one of our management team members, is on the way down there right now. So that will get sorted out. Pastor Ricky, boy, sorry I didn't get to come hang out with you last week while you were on the broadcast. We need to be on the same broadcast together, right? But looking forward to it. Rebel, you're muted if it's we you're talking to.
Pastor Ricky, there?
Pastor Ricky in the chat room, man. You send him a link?
No, I'm not sending him a link now, please.
All right. So line up yourself, Pastor Ricky. Put on your face powder, because you know you have to ready up for the video. All right. So yeah, line up yourself. Those of you who are tuning in, go ahead and click the like button on the YouTube channel. It helps in the fight, in the work that is being done by the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. So don't take it simple. It's a simple thing to click. It's a big deal in the grand scheme of things. Rebel.
Yes, sir. Mr. Tavares, if you want to join, you make me know, because I know you want to big up the program there and talk about some other things with us. So just let me know. Because I know you're doing certain things and I don't want to take you away from it. But if you're free, make me know. Folks, let me just start with this thing right here. Look at that. Police Federation pulls plug on legal fees assistance from battled former chairman. And that so-called embattled former chairman is Corporal Rowan James. This is a disgrace. And, you know, I'm shocked, frankly speaking. I'm shocked that here's a man who could have done what previous police federation chairmen and women, what they did. Nothing. Just sit down there and just collect our money and just, be a figurehead. But instead, he went out and he fought tooth and nail for the members of the organization. And by the way, he represented, I think it's about 96% of the members of the JCF, rank and file. And they have turned their backs on him. You know, my mother used to tell me, she used to say, Junior, God now sleep. And I'm hoping, I'm praying that in Chairman Rowan James's case, God not sleep on this. Because what they've done is simply wicked. The man went out and he fought so that his rank and file members could get what they worked for, overtime pay. They could get the overtime pay, the accurate amount, because the system used to be a manual system. And the idea was they were supposed to transfer it to a digital system. And he fought for them to be paid on time and accurately, the right amount. He went to court and the judge ordered the JCF to implement that system, gave them 1 year. A year came and went, even though former Minister of Finance provided the funding for that system to be implemented. The system was not implemented. And Chairman Rowan James fought in the court of legal action. He fought in the court of public opinion. He fought privately. He fought openly. He fought wherever he could for his members. And what happened? The government saw it fit to get rid of him. He was an impediment. He was a nuisance. He was causing too much trouble. That's how they viewed him. A rabble rouser. And he appealed and he was reinstated. The government appealed and the court removed him. So now he's fighting. He's fighting to get his job back because they sent him home without full pay. He's being paid, but not full pay. And his people whom he was fighting for, they have abandoned him. Not all of them, but what I expected was almost 100% support behind this man. And we don't see it. We don't see anybody coming out. We don't see them speaking. They're all afraid. And to some degree, it's turned political. But ladies and gentlemen, this man you're looking at is one of the true heroes of the JCF. Bright, intelligent, courageous. He's knowledgeable. He's personable. You can speak to this man. He's also reasonable. And why am I telling you all of this? Because I experienced it firsthand. Firsthand. And I defy anyone to tell me that the things I just said about him, that they're not true. He fought like crazy, and them Kevin, them turn them back on him, you know.
The question is,
and they're still not getting overtime, the overtime pay at the right amount of salary that they're supposed to get for overtime. They're still not getting it.
so my question is, why? What drove them to take such an action?
Because
who influenced them?
They did it because he didn't kowtow to them. He stood up to them. He stood up to them. And he did so because he had no choice. Because he tried the soft approach. He tried negotiating with them. You know, he tried the private talks with them. He tried all of these things with them. And then it got to the point where he had to come out and say, listen, folks, these things, the money has been allocated. The system is not in place. People are not being paid overtime. And when they're being paid overtime, they're not being paid the right amount of money. And
so they again, we're back to arguing issues versus colors and party lines. Turn up your mic for me, please, Rebel, a little bit. We're back to arguing issues and party lines. I mean, moving away from arguing issues and going to colors and party lines, which is pretty much putting us back because nobody is going to benefit at this point, let alone the same people that he was representing. They're definitely not going to benefit.
Yeah.
So where's the intelligent reasoning in this?
There's no intelligence. There is no intelligent reasoning. And it hurts to watch what they're doing to him. And it hurts even more to watch the people that he was representing abandon him. What the government did to him was wrong. Is wrong. Was and is wrong. And as unpalatable as it is, you kind of accept it and say, well, that's government. That's what they're going to do. But when your own members that you're fighting for, when they turn their backs on you, that's a bitter pill to swallow.
You know what, though, Rebel? There comes a time where we're going to have to move away from, turn up your mic some more. We're going to have to move away from this. Oh, well, that's just our government. That is just how they are. That is no rubbish. We need to move away from that. We need to stop with this foolishness of accepting mediocre. Because see where it has gotten us to date. We've been doing this broadcast now, what, 2 years, Rebel?
Yes.
And from Jump Street, we've been bringing to light issues that are staring us in the face. They're out there. The hospitals, the schools, our police forces. So security forces, healthcare, education. All shrouded and wrapped up in corruption.
Right.
And people are still taking the position, why, that's the government, is just so it go. So, all right. Let's say that's just how it goes. Do we have to take it? Can it not change? Come on, people, man. We need to use the thing that is between our ears for something other than holding our head down, because it can't be a paperweight.
Right. Yeah. Well, but we're not going to stop with this story. We're just a start. So, Chairman Ron James, keep the faith. God willing, things are going to turn your way, and we are hoping and we're praying and we're with you. We stand in unity with you, even when others would see it fit to run away from you. We don't do that. We don't abandon family and friends in their desperate times, in their times of need, in their times of trouble, in their times of hopelessness and despair, and in their times when people are fight against them. No, we don't do that. That's not who we are. So just stay strong and know that we're with you, my brother. I can move that and go to this other story. No, Kevin, we had planned to do some. You're right. I'm not going to get through the stuff that we planned, because look at this one here, people. The DPP, and we have a story plan on her too, a full story. But she's saying that we should stop talking about the SSL case because it could potentially prejudice the case. It says DPP appeals for end to potentially prejudicial public discourse on SSL case. Well, let me ask DPP Ms. Paula LLewellyn a question. Why don't you tell us what to talk about? Since you know you're the one going to prosecute this case, fine. The Constitution says that you are the chief prosecutor. Good. But now you're dangerously close to treading on our constitutional right to free speech by saying that we should stop talk because it could potentially prejudice the case. We don't know what the evidence is. You have the evidence. So I don't understand. And if there's a problem with a jury, oh, by the way, let's not talk about jury taint, because that are your thing, because you already admit work with that all the time. So you shouldn't have a problem if you're worried. The question is, are you worried about potential jurors being tainted by our discourse? Because it's funny, you weren't worried about that in the Vibes Cartel case. When one of the jurors started, attempted to bribe the other jury members, you also said that you have worked with tainted jurors before. So if you come with that and say, well, you're going to taint people's opinion about the case, and so when they come to sit on the jury, it's easy. They have something called voir dire, where you call the potential jurors, where you talk to them, you ask if they can be fair, what they know about the case, all that, and you can do that. That is your right. So I don't understand this position you're taking that we mustn't talk about the case because it could potentially jeopardize the case. You have a history of working with tainted juries, so this shouldn't be a problem for you. And the second thing is, why don't you tell us what not to talk about? Come out and tell us what not, because we don't know. We're not prosecutors. You are the chief, the head cook, bottle washer when it comes to prosecuting matters, criminal matters in Jamaica. So we are looking to you for guidance and direction. And it's not enough for you to say you could potentially prejudice the case. No, tell us what we should talk about and also tell us what we shouldn't talk about. And then we'll be fine. I
want to know how exactly we're prejudicing the case.
Yeah. And by the way, people, keep in mind, she's prosecuting just one person. Just one person, Miss Panton. That's the only person she's prosecuting. Right? The other, we don't hear her.
She's prosecuting the scapegoat?
Yeah. You know, we don't hear her talking about the other people. In fact, let me just move the story up because this is just pure nonsense. I really don't understand where she's coming from with all of this. So what we need to do is, here's one.
I know where she needs to go.
Look at this, people. This is so true. Never confuse education with intelligence. You can have a master's, you can have a doctorate degree and still be an idiot. And let me show you. Let me use that to introduce what we are talking about when we say idiot. Hold on a second. JAMAICA'S is here with us still. Where is it? Okay, folks, this is just a prelude, right? We have something on this lady as well, just like we have something on the DPP that we want to talk about today. We're not sure if we're going to get to them, so maybe we just set the stage. We'll give you this one here. All right, hold on a second. JAMAICA'S. JAMAICA'S, welcome.
Blessings, Reggie.
Blessings and greetings, man. Blessings to everybody in the comment section as well. I just want to ask them, did you remember to like and share? We're at university. It's another day where we come talk about food business. So greetings to everybody.
Right. Like and share, people.
There you go.
It don't flow from me, no man. That kind of, you know, for ask people like and share. It just.
Just ask the family members that are here. Just ask if they remember.
All right.
And if they subscribe as well. But blessings and greetings to you, Sir Kevin, and also you, Sir Will. Another day of university for come and learn and to be empowered. So greetings.
All right, sir. No, again, people, see that never confuse education with intelligence. You can have a master's degree and still be an idiot. I have an example of this. My mother stopped go school from she must be about 10 or so because she had to help our sister, our older sister, our only and older sister take care of some, you know, her family. And my mother never see a classroom from them age. And God bless her soul. If she was still around, I'd have her sit down right there with me. And she can teach. She can teach. My mother never saw a microphone she never loved. My mother go anywhere and she just itch for grab the mic. And when she grab the mic, she'll go talk, and you know she'll bring it right back to God. She'll bring it right back to God and quote scripture. Love, oh man, I'm telling you, miss her like you wouldn't believe. Think about her very, very often. But I don't want to get too emotional. Let me just put this on and show you what we mean by never confuse education with intelligence, because there are some people who are idiot and some, as we say in Jamaica, them are liar. Check this out.
Person was tracked.
There is no tracking of people. There is no curtailing of.
Prime Minister says the person was tracked. And this lady with a big degree said nobody never get tracked. Who do you believe? Both, none, one or the other? Here we go again.
The person was tracked.
There is no tracking of people. There is no curtailing of people.
Don't trust people.
Andrew Ownless JLP is trying to wipe shame out of their eyes and at the same time contradicting themselves. Prime Minister Andrew Ownless and Information Minister Dr. Dana Morris Dixon regarding the government tracking of Jamaicans spreading misinformation on social media. Andrew Ownless revealed the government use of tracking technology to identify perpetrators. Now, Information Minister Dr. Dana Morris Dixon later denied any such tracking.
There is no tracking of people. There is no curtailing of people saying anything that is negative. That is absolutely not the case. It's just that we have to protect truth. And so this notion that, we shouldn't go after those who perpetuate fake news is really strange, because around the world we see it happening in every country. Fake news is a problem, and it's fake, which means it's not truthful. And we are a country that is built on truth, and we will protect that in this administration.
Causing confusion amongst Jamaicans, this only shows you the flaws in the JLP administration approach to addressing misinformation and crime. Jamaica politics is a disgrace, because just a couple days ago, Prime Minister Andrew Ownless issued a stern warning about forthcoming prosecutions targeting individuals engaged in defamatory activities on social media.
The person was tracked and their identity discovered. And we have been tracking several such cases where you see some posts being made that border on defamatory or libelous.
Now, the Prime Minister told Jamaica and Jamaicans that the government has the technology to track and identify those responsible for harmful online content. Now, JLP Information Minister Dana Morris Dixon later sought to clarify the government stance. Dana Morris Dixon said,
I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians. Words of politicians. I said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians.
People.
Oh, as Rebel, I don't even want you to go a whole lot further, because you have something to go do.
Yeah, I'm going to do it. Hold on there. Let me just put this
5 minutes ago.
People see this? The truth will set you free, but first, it will make you miserable. And that is what we're doing around here. We have to talk truth to power around here. Remember, see what else we have around us. So here's another one. The truth is incontrovertible. Mean you can't correct the truth. The truth just did it. Malice may attack it. Ignorance may deride it. But in the end, there it is. In the end, there it is. The
Right
truth,
there.
The truth, as them say, the truth stands, I forget which song them say, the truth stands predominant. Right? That is it. Let me say, Producer John put up that one here. Never follow a leader who is more in love with power than people. We know who she attack, you know. Producer John.
It's a good thing her last name and her face will never be known on this platform.
Never follow a leader who is more in love with power. And we know who we know who, wait, somebody put a name. Carol put a name. Carol, yes, Batman. I'm Pearly.
Can I throw one in the space too?
Go ahead.
The truth is like a lion. Set it free and it will defend itself. So the we don't want a cage lion around here. Just let go the lion. Right? There you go.
Let me get to it. Yeah. Let me see what else. All right. Do we have that one about corruption? We'll get to that. Yeah, we'll get to that. Okay. Here's another one. There's no more dangerous menace to civilization than a government of incompetent, or as the word that Jamaica would use, kakistocracy, corrupt or vile men, and we need to put women there too. So,
men in this sense is very general. It's
yeah.
It's a biblical man.
Yeah. Oh, here's it. Your ignorance and corruption is their power. When you pretend like you don't know what going or you don't know what going, then that is how they become powerful. And that is why the Dalrymple case is so important for us to examine, because nobody's talking about it. Nobody's talking about it. The woman, it's a criminal case and she pay a fine. That means that she's convicted, right? But nobody not talk
Mhm.
about she paid, what's it, 900,000. And she did so much harm to her position, to the position and to herself and to her constituency. So much so that she herself decided, as we say in Jamaica, take care of herself. She resigned from the parliament. She resigned from being an MP, resigned from being the Speaker of the House. And we just pretend as if, okay, we just get a blight, things are fine, you know. No, I just love this one, I know. Some typos there, and a producer Joan things. This is just how we get it. But it's most of us don't change when we see the light. We change. We change. We change when we feel the heat. That's when we change. And people in Jamaica, they're feeling the heat right now. And when you feel the heat, that's cause for a change. Because if you don't change, you're going to burn up. You're going to burn up. We're no longer seeing the light. We see the light. We see the light between 2016 and 2020. And from 2020 to now, we are burn up. The heat. The heat. The heat. I'm not going to leave on with that one now. Eyes are useless when the mind is blind. Come run us all. Come sit down with you and make a whole reason. Because I'm saying the conversation between warriors is different from the
I would like to put another one in this space.
Put it up there.
From Ellen Keller. She's a blind lady. When they asked her what was worse than being born blind, she said, have sight but have no vision. That's profound.
They're done. Sight but no vision. Eyes but no mind. Are bad minds.
The Prime Minister's favorite phrase.
Yes.
Hey, the man spoke for 2 minutes 36 seconds and 6 bad mind in Dashway. 6 bad mind. Oh God, or Prime. We cannot say our Prime Minister vocabulary is limited. That is an indictment. We cannot say that. But 6 times bad mind.
You remember? You forget. Wait there. Hold on there. What do you mean you can't believe in vocabulary limited? Look on that. Never intelligence. You can have a master's degree, or in our Prime Minister's case,
a doctorate.
A doctorate, and still be an idiot, right?
I said corrected.
Greetings, good evening, sir.
My Pastor Rick, pick up yourself, Pastor
Rick, you are gonna need that prayer.
I'm scared, man. Good evening, sir. DJ Kevin, well on the president of you. Jamaica's
disclaimer. And Pastor Ricky, they haven't read the disclaimer. Your opinions here today belong to the. I know Pastor Ricky, when it comes on SSL, when it comes on the Parliament, when it comes on the Prime Minister and others, we know what Pastor Ricky are gonna say. You have to protect Reggae Global Radio. So Reggae Global Radio say, hey, when Pastor Ricky come on, make sure you read. Make sure you read.
Now I call it a spade. The truth,
right.
Rattigan, he said the truth is a straight line. Lies go this way. So when we come with truth straight, we tell the truth. Right?
All right. So the opinions here today are the individual presenters and not necessarily those of Reggae Global Radio. No, Pastor Ricky, you're free now. We don't.
Any of the affiliate stations carrying.
Oh yeah, we have affiliate station. We forget to. Yeah, we have to tell them. All right.
Yes.
All right. Here's what happened now. Let me take a quick break. So, Kevin, go and lead the procession, please.
Yeah, man. Big ups to Richie B Radio. Much love to you. So, people, we have Mr. Vumva V Vumva Va rolling in vroom vroom, and Ricky
Good evening, gentle people. Good evening, Ricky.
Blessings, everybody.
So,
Kevin.
Greetings.
boy,
Jamaics, you're doing a great job, my friend.
Thank you. Greetings, Uncle man. You as
Kevin,
well
you're busy.
Yeah, man. Bees look for me and get tired.
Oh my God.
Yeah, man. For real. And so Pastor Ricky, once again, glad you could join us.
Yeah, man. Thanks for the invite. Yeah.
You held it down in my absence well last week. Every time I popped in and checked on things to make sure everything was okay. You were very much comfortable right there. And so I believe you found another spot. OT, just load it up.
I was in the chat with my notebook ready to take some notes, and he said, come join. I said, okay, thank you.
Yes, man. You can still take your notes.
Yeah, man.
And you can do the altar call and the collect and appeal.
Kevin, if I may.
Yes, Jeffrey, I was coming to you.
Oh, just to let everyone know in the chat and those who are watching us from around the world in the Eastern Caribbean, on Monday, the current affair program, we're going to discuss the boundaries and Portmore becoming a parish with members of the Jamaican diaspora. That's the members of the Jamaican diaspora will be joining the Mequitalk program this Monday at 7 p.m. And of course, Jamaics will be over there, hopefully. I know he's a very busy young man nowadays. I think he becomes Jamaica's ambassador for tourism. Anyway. And also on Tuesday night at 7 p.m., we're going to have former Minister of National Security, former Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, and he's also a former senator. The man himself, Sheriff K.D. Knight, will be our special guest at 7 p.m. on Tuesday, March 4th. He will be discussing Jamaica's political climate and issues facing our country. Where does he see this country going? And the upcoming general election. So Monday night will be rampacked with Jamaicans in the Jamaican diaspora coming on the program to discuss the parish, Portmore becoming a parish and its boundaries. And on Tuesday night on the Mequitalk program also, we're going to have former Minister of National Security, Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade and former Senator K.D. Knight. A whole host of panels, and of course, Mr. Wilfred Rattigan will be there. And I think if Pastor Ricky is not that busy, we're going to send him an invitation too to come on over. We're going to have a great night between Monday night and Tuesday night. So join us then. And, that is basically it for the Mequitalk program coming up this Monday and Tuesday. Over to you.
I see you, Jeffrey, trying to make the bees envy you too.
Avengers assemble. That's what he was saying.
Yeah.
You see you, Jamaics.
With dear uncle.
Yes.
Pastor Ricky, we realize that you're a man of many notes, which means that you are pretty much one of the more educated among us, because you have taken the notes, revised the notes, and connected dots. So I don't want people to take you simple, and I see you as a humble man and not want to really flaunt it. But don't be afraid, because you got your things. You have your bucketive right there. This was said on this date. You date them too? When you take your notes, you date them also?
Yeah, man.
Tell about people.
I
Those
earned
are the ones you have to be careful of.
I earned a bachelor's in management, and when I first came out of my undergrad program, I managed a store with $1 million a week, and I had a staff of 30 people, and then I got tired of it because I started to do my graduate program, my MBA program, and I needed more time to put into so I wanted to, achieve a great GPA coming out of my MBA program. So in college, universities, detailed information and, dating it and be able to interpret it and recall it. And then from being a preacher, I did a master's in divinity for the Bible in seminary. So be able to recall, God has blessed me with a great memory, thank God. So even though I take notes, it's all in my spirit, so I can just regurgitate it and spit it out. So I give God praise for that,
One of the differences with you and some people that we've come across recently that have attained some higher education is how you go about using it.
Yeah.
You have not come across as one that is pushing an agenda. You have not come across as one who knows everything. You've always come seeking more, asking questions.
There it is. Taking notes.
Taking notes. Right. And so when you have people like that around you, when you have people like that for your congregants that are listening to you, I'm pretty sure they have to understand that you're coming from a place where you have gone and laid yourself in servitude.
Yeah. As a servant, I see myself as a servant, man. The greatest amongst us is not the one with the titles and the positions and the degree, but the greatest amongst us, as Jesus says, is the one who served. My purpose in life, as I discovered, is to serve people. And so it keeps me in a place of humility. You would have never known, the audience would have never known about my accolades unless I tell you. I don't go around flaunting and behaving as if I'm up here and everybody else is down. I get on anybody level, man, and just have a reason with it. I'm discriminal. I'm not biased. I'm not prejudiced. I don't hold grudges. And me as a person, one last point, if you're a man of a beef, you're not gonna make me eat that man because you don't like him. You see what I'm saying? Because that's not in my DNA.
Right.
All right, I'm back. Listen.
Welcome back.
Yeah, listen, let me just say that, folks, we have with us, and I advertised it earlier, but I need to do it again for those of you who weren't on when I did. We have with us today, no stranger to this program, in fact, a sister, kindred spirit, a lady who speaks truth to power at all times. But she does so in a respectful, in an intelligent manner. Nobody can say she have cuss out nobody or she have bad mind because she come with her armed with the facts. Right? No stranger to this program, and one of my heroines. And for those of you who are, because I know somebody asked one time, why is a heroine? Because a female hero is a heroine. It's not hero for everybody. It's a heroine. And heroin different from the drug, because some people say.
Yeah.
Well, she's our drug. She's our drug. She's addicted. Yeah. You can never stop. You can never get tired of listening to this young lady. I'm telling you. So without further ado, we are bringing on our sister, Professor Rosalia Hamilton. But she said, don't call me no professor and don't call me, just call me Rosalia. And we say, all right, bye. Bro, no, sir, Rosalie, welcome.
How you doing?
All right. But then y'all go on talk up the things, We're just so happy to see you. I'm just so happy that you could take time out of your busy schedule to be with us today. Because,
always a pleasure.
Yeah, we try to bring folks around here who will educate and elevate our people. And certainly, you're uppermost in our minds. You are one of the champions of doing this. And we look forward to seeing you all the time to talk about issues affecting Jamaica and Jamaicans at home and abroad. And today, we're going to continue with our series with one of our favorite subjects, the Constitution and the reform.
Important discussion
Yes.
Indeed.
all the time.
Rather than ask your question, we just open the floor to you, and we're all ears, we're all students. Please.
Oh dear, so much things to say. So much things to say. All right. Well, let me just reference the two articles I wrote over the last few weeks. One of them really struck me because I was watching the television about 2 Sundays ago, and I was very struck by an image that I saw that just, them say my mouth literally dropped open because I saw the image of a young child, a young girl, walking on the side of a broken bridge. So the bridge was, you couldn't drive or walk over the bridge. So they were literally walking on the side. And of course, it's gully underneath, right? The child fall, a sure death. And then it was followed by a man had a child strapped to his back.
Mm-hmm.
And he actually started on the bridge and had to come off to fix the strap so that the child won't drop, and then walk over the bridge. I was struck by that. And I couldn't help thinking about how a country with all that we have going for us could be in this predicament where you have a bridge that's broken. And when I did the research, apparently the bridge was broken and not safe for cars to travel from 2012. And so I asked myself, so what happened? So as I investigated, apparently there was a not safe sign for the bridge. Vehicle was not supposed to be going on the bridge. Apparently a truck went on the bridge last December. The road collapsed underneath, and that made it even worse in terms of the safety for the residents. And we're talking about the Craig Mill community in Portland. And so when I saw it, I thought, what really is happening here? How is it that a community that has significant representation, I want to put it that way, because when you're represented by someone who is in cabinet, you have a representative with a lot of power, unlike other, constituencies where if you're not in the cabinet, then you literally are at the behest of the cabinet ministers, whether you are in power or not, right? To make sure that, your constituency is developed and achieve the needs that it wants. And so this kind of top-down approach to governance is really what was really in my head as I saw this. And so I was motivated to write a letter to the editor and to comment on it. We're talking about 13 years of uncertainty, a community having to face this unsafe bridge. And then, lo and behold, 3 days later, I think it was a Wednesday of that same week, I saw the issue again on television. And this time, 3 cabinet ministers descended on this community. And the Minister of Local Government, which was one of the participants, one of the 3 ministers, said, and let me read the quote, because I really was struck by what he said. He said, by the way, let me contextualize it. He said, listen, for us to get this thing done, we have to fast track the repair. He says, this is not acceptable. This is not safe for the community. And therefore, we have to declare this a disaster area under the Disaster Risk Management Act. And so by doing so, the assumption is that help will come very quickly. But this is what he said. He said, if we wait on the system to work in the way that it is to work, then it would probably be, we'll probably be here for about 2 years trying to resolve the situation. This is what Minister Desmond McKenzie said. And I was struck by that because it to me is a very clear admission that the system is broken, that there's a problem. And so, of course, it begs the question, what exactly is that problem? Because we could think about it purely in terms of the incapacity of the system to address the needs of that region, that community. But we could think about it even broader. There are several communities across Jamaica who have a similar bridge problem, you know, as a result of the hurricanes, or similar kinds of infrastructural problems that limits the capacity of the community to achieve its goals and objectives and to function in the way it ought to. So we could broaden it and ask that question, well, what exactly is the problem? And remember, taxpayers, we're paying a lot of money, right? Not only in terms of taxes, but we're now paying serious money to members of parliament to do their job. And it begs the question, can they do it in the current structure that they are in? And so I thought it was a good opportunity to bring this to the attention of the public. And I did a short letter to the editor and suggest that the real problem has to do with this top-down governance arrangement that we've inherited and that we have shaped in our 1962 Constitution. Embedded in there is a constitutional framework that perpetuates the system. And the extent to which that system that we've carried over the years with not much change, whether it can adequately serve the more than 2,000 communities that exist across Jamaica. Can this top-down approach to governance address it? Let me tell you what happened. What happened effectively is the cabinet minister responsible for that constituency, in which Craig Mill is located, brought his two colleagues, so 3 cabinet ministers went, and together they agreed this is how we're going to solve it. Now, is that the model to fast track solutions in every community? Is that how we plan to do it? So it begs that question. And so in my mind, if we can't solve our problems that way, then I suggest that we must move to a more decentralized structure to break up this concentration of power that lies in the hands of the Prime Minister and cabinet ministers to solve all our problems and put power in the hands of people in communities across Jamaica. There is no way that the community of Craig Mill would sit down and actively see, every day they're seeing this problem and do nothing about it. And that includes, by the way, the power to engage members of the diaspora to help in a very concerted way to address these problems in the way the diaspora is currently doing, but in a very individualized ad hoc approach that does not lead to sustainable development. So that was the scenario that I responded to in that article. And in my last piece, that was a letter to the editor, but in a more fulsome piece, usually the page constraints with these articles limit your capacity to say what you really want to say. So I'm really glad for opportunities like this to be able to embellish and expand. But in the piece that I did last Sunday, where I talked about the Senate, I provided a way to think about how communities like Craig Mill can get help through an elected Senate that has responsibilities and can address issues like this. So I'll just pause for now, and then I can go on to talking about the elected Senate.
You're muted, Rebel.
Sorry. Any question for our sister before we move on to the Senate piece?
For me, it's just a concern that, and as you rightly noted, Rosie, that this is just one that has been brought to the fore. It's not the only one. And not only that, it is nothing new. So whereas we can go ahead and erect housing developments over the number that is approved, we can't go and fix a bridge in a community that houses people that may or may not have put you in the position that you currently hold. Make it make sense. And so when I say it that way, I'm just putting things broadly. I'm painting with a broad brush, because at the end of the day, we all are one, so we all get scooped up in this. What courses of action can be taken? What can people do? The individuals in these communities, I'm pretty sure, have been bawling to whomever the representatives are for something to be done, yet nothing has been done. Is there any other course of action that anybody else can take on their behalf?
Well, you know, the truth is communities continue to make noise. I mean, this was brought to the attention of the media, no doubt, because the communities kind of drew it to their attention, and the media went out and did the coverage. And of course, immediately it got national attention. And we do it all the time when we block road and make a lot of noise and everybody sees and so on. And so it begs the question, can we run our country, given all the challenges that we have that way? That the only way our voices are heard is when we block road, burn tire, and the media puts it on national television, right? So if we're not going to do that, I think it brings us to that fundamental question. Do we have a structure of government and a governance arrangement that can adequately address the needs of our people? And I suggest we do not. I think we have been trying to make the system that we have work. We have, tweaked it here and done stuff here, and we've made some gains. But I think the fundamental issues that we are noticing as we look back, and this is across administrations. It's important to say that, because I think especially now in the context of the upcoming election, everything is much too partisan. So we can't have a serious conversation about the future of our country and where we need to go without being boxed into either political party. So I want to make the point that when we look back since our independence, we've seen the consistent pattern. So it cuts across administrations. And I think as good intentioned as some of our politicians are, they're not all bad. They have accepted the status quo and not done enough, I think, to move from a different arrangement to one that is suited to the development needs of our country. And let me put it this way. And I'm sure I've said it before on this station, and I've said it repeatedly elsewhere, that if we go back to 62, we inherited a constitutional arrangement that pretty much followed what we inherited at our independence. We have to think about it that way. Norman Manley, who led the process, was pretty clear that the Constitution is the next best thing to sliced bread. I mean, there's really no criticism of the quote-unquote Westminster model. And it's important to note that we didn't simply adopt the Westminster model, because we can see today there are fundamental differences. Backbenchers have a real say. You have parliamentarians that can move a prime minister. You don't have to wait for election, right? We've seen in Britain, for example, 2-3 prime ministers go before an election is called. These are members of their party that says, no, enough is enough. We can't deal with this level of incompetence. We can't deal with the kinds of things that we see, and we're not waiting for election. You have to go. So we don't, although the provisions exist in our constitution, I want to say that very quickly, we've never acted on it because of the way we've concentrated power, right? And the structure of parliament. No, we can get into that. But I want to say that it was by design, right? Remember, we had a colonial governor running things, right? The colonial governor had a legislative council, a set of his friends and people who are pursuing the interests of the crown and the landed class, and they run things. And so, you know, he simply appoints who he wants there. And that's what has happened to today, where the appointment mechanism is what defines our Senate, because the Legislative Council was replaced by the Senate. And you have an arrangement in government in which local government was really a mechanism to keep the status quo, to really feed people and provide services during a colonial era, where the real issue is how do we maintain a system in the interest of a few. Now, if we look good, we haven't fundamentally changed that system. And therefore, those are the questions we have to ask. Now, I want to make another point about what it has meant in terms of authoritarian rule, the idea of a constitutional dictator that we now have in successive prime ministers because of the concentration of power. And this is something I've written about, but it's worth talking about because it gives us a context in which we can push for the kinds of changes that I think we need to do now, right? So during the constitutional discussion that was taking place when they had set up this constitutional committee to look at the Constitution in 1962, Norman Manley's vice president, Willis Isaacs, said this in the conversation. He says, you know, and this is when you're looking at the provisions now of the Constitution. He said, you know, the truth and in fact, a prime minister is a dictator for 5 years. And he actually said, if he's a sensible man, he would listen to the views of the minister. But basically, he don't have to because he's a dictator for 5 years. And Edward Seaga, who was in the parliament at the time, made the point, you're quite right. And if the ministers can't get along, the minister must resign because only one minister must rule. Now, that to me is very instructive because it basically says there was a conscious design to concentrate power in the hands of a prime minister. And we have reaped the benefits and the advantages and disadvantages, let me put it that way, of that kind of rule. And I say it that way because when we've had prime minister who've made, quote unquote, the right decision, you know, things happen. But we've looked at the 60 odd years and we have to ask yourself, is this the way we want to be governed? Do we want a voice? And if we do, we have to think again about that structure. And I'm suggesting that there are a couple of things we have to do. We have to look at the parliament in terms of how it is set up, in, you know, the concentration of power that we see in the way the cabinet ministers dominate the legislature, right? So that's kind of one way to think about it, that if you look at the numbers of executive to parliamentarians, you see that, you know, there's not a big difference, right? The MPs with ministerial responsibilities that you can define as the executive versus people who have pure responsibility as an MP in the legislature to make law, right? And so that division of labor that a lot of people are talking about, this separation of powers, right? The work of the legislature as the lawmakers and the work of the executive, albeit that they're overlapping. It's not a crisis. You can separate powers if you separate those roles. People think you have to have, two separate chambers and, one appointed by a president and so on. That's not necessary. You look across other jurisdictions, you see a lot of separation. And in terms of its roles and responsibilities, and you have, importantly, the legislature being able to shape law and to provide the effective check and balance on the executive. And that's done through oversight committees and other kinds of arrangements that keep the executive in check. And for those who think that a simple separation of power, as in upper house or a senate that is whether elected or not, versus a lower house in which a president controls the appointments, right, of who is in his cabinet, you just have to look at what is happening in the US. And we see that system doesn't magically yield the outcomes that we want. All of these systems are flawed. And the most dangerous one, what we're seeing now in the US, where you have an executive that is so powerful that it not only thwarts the voice of the legislator, the lawmakers, but what we're seeing now in a very dangerous way in the US, and I know Will is keeping his eye on this because everybody else's function is watching this, the extent to which the executive will ignore the decisions of the judges. That's when we're now in a whole different place, because the executive becomes the judge, the lawmaker, and the executor. All right, so I'm suggesting that we have to look again at all of these arrangements we have, put arrangements in place that gets you the kinds of separation that people want with respect to the roles and responsibility, put your oversight committees in place, establish the rights of citizens to petition the legislature. Very, very important, because that's how our voices can be heard. And we're providing, that's the channel that the community in Craigmill needs to make their voice heard with respect to the consideration of the capital budget that's required to fund that bridge. Because every year, some representative have to be saying, hey, this is what is going on in Craigmill. Right? And that's the opportunity you have now in an elected Senate, because you can have representatives from each parish, say 1 or 2 or 3 representatives from each parish that tries to balance these kind of national demands on issues on the capital budget, because that's really where the development is going to take place, right? And so every community wants to see this development, and it cannot be concentrated in Kingston and St. Andrew and all the big parishes, St. James and St. Catherine and Tarrant. Those are the 4 biggest parishes, and these are the parishes that have the majority of MPs in Parliament. So that voice dominates all the national decision making. Okay, so if we have in the context of a Senate, equal voices with respect to the parishes that will address the spatial development of these communities, right? The resources, the rich history and culture that exists in communities all across Jamaica could be heard and could be supported in the context of ensuring that there is a fair and equitable share of that capital budget going to the communities and citizens across Jamaica. Very, very important part of this consideration in my mind with respect to an elected Senate. And if we are concerned, as we ought to be, in economic development and the conditions of life of our people, then I suggest that these must be important considerations when we look at reforming our constitution. So the essence of the paper that I did on the Senate was to highlight this and to point out that, this old undemocratic arrangement we have in the Senate, where we simply appoint who we want. And the bill now says, all right, we make sure that the ruling party has their majority share of the Senate. You make sure that the opposition have, so we're moving now from 21 to 27. So 15 appointed by the Prime Minister. You have 9 appointed by the opposition, and then 3 now appointed by the president. And these 3 are supposed to be independent senators. And the question is, how does that shift the needle in any way? You still have the dominance of the parliamentary majority in the Senate based on the senatorial appointments. And if, just in case, you have a president appointed who is wanting to seek favor for whatever reason with your president, your prime minister, and can influence these independent senators, you still have a majority. And importantly, an arrangement that gives you the 2/3 majority you need in the case of constitutional provisions that require a referendum and requires a 2/3 vote in the Senate. So those are important considerations. And so the suggestion is that if we move to an elected arrangement, you open the opportunity for us to address some of the development challenges that we face, to fix the kinds of problems that people in the Craig Mill community faces. And it gives us, it not only heightens and improves our representative democracy, more voices of the people acting on behalf of the people. This, of course, will only work if the people ensure that their representatives are accountable to them. And so we all have to get involved and very active in this process. And it creates an opportunity in which we can foster the kind of development that we want. So in a nutshell, that's what I did in the second article, to bring out the important role of the Senate as we grapple with the broader issues having to do with constitutional reform process that can yield a better outcome for our country.
All right. Powerful presentation, or it's not even that, it's just a discussion. So let me just open it up to the panelists and see if they have any questions. I have a question, but I'm going to yield to my esteemed colleagues here. Let me start at the bottom. Mr. Jeffrey Tavares.
Welcome, Professor.
How are you?
I'm good. I haven't seen you in a long time, but I've watched you on this gracious program here. My question to you this afternoon, Professor, is this. Our current constitutional arrangement now with the Parliament and so forth, can the members of Parliament pass a no confidence motion against the Prime Minister saying, look, we don't want you in Parliament?
Yes.
At this present moment, can they do that?
The provision is
there. Mm-hmm. Have they ever done in our history?
Not really. If people were closer to that process than I have suggested, that there were times, or at least one time, in which there was a conversation, was close to it and so on. The reality is that it was never done, and Prime Minister was never forced to resign because of the pressures from the MPs on the ruling side. We've never quite seen it.
So when Prime Minister Golding stepped aside, he wasn't forced by the Jamaican Parliament to resign?
That was not my understanding. And as I said, maybe a closer look on it. Put it this way, there was not a vote on the floor that yielded that outcome.
So in other words, it's some foreign power forced him to step aside then?
I don't know. I can't tell you that. I can't
yes.
say happened, but I'm just suggesting that there was not a vote on.
Mhm.
There was not a vote of no confidence that led to his resignation.
One more question, and I yield back to the panel. In reforming our constitution now, is it that under the present thing that we have and with they reforming it, is it that the prime minister can put himself up for elected for appointment as president or the speaker?
Repeat that question. I didn't hear.
Is it that the prime minister can say, okay, I'm going to appoint the speaker as president at this present moment because they're trying to reform it?
I see what you're saying. So to
Yeah.
to the extent that right now the current arrangement is that the prime minister can nominate an individual, and it has to be done in consultation with the leader of the opposition. The arrangement in the bill is that that arrangement has a fixed time frame. If there's a disagreement, I think it's a month or so, or 3 months. I don't remember the timeline, but there's a time frame, and after which the prime minister simply has his way.
That's
Should say.
That's dictatorialship. Anyway, I yield back to the panel. Thank you so much, Professor.
Pastor Ricky.
Yeah, thank you, Sir Rattigan. Good afternoon, Professor Hamilton. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
Appreciate your time. I am of the view that we model the Westminster system in the UK, and as you eloquently just stated, that over the last 10 years or so in the UK, we have saw where at least 4 prime ministers had to resign for breaches that is considered unlawful. Now, when I look at our model of Westminster system in Jamaica, I'm wondering if it's a deviation, a different version of what we should be modeled after in the UK. And I'm of the view that senators should be elected by the people, just like the parliamentarians, because it appears that a prime minister can appoint his friends and those who have his interests, serve his interests or her interests, if it's a female prime minister, to carry out their interests and not the interests of the people. Recently, we saw where another guy was selected by the prime minister to be in the Senate, but he rose in 15 minutes of fame based upon lies and innuendos that has not been proven. And as a result, last week, that person came out and threw the prime minister under the bus with the SSL scandal and confirmed everything that all of us that have done research have come to the realization. So, you know, I believe that for Jamaica to move in a direction where they can position themselves to become a first world country, I think that we have to rip up the current constitution. We shouldn't have a ceremonial president. We should have an executive president that is the people, for the people, by the people, that is voted for in an election cycle, because that will, if that president is not performing his duty or her duty, then in the next election cycle, they can be voted out, or if there are provisions in a new constitution of recall or impeachment, then those provisions can hold that person accountable. And I believe that when we have these accountability, then we will see more productivity out of our government. Right now, the Troy Bridge broke my heart. I mean, when you look at how that bridge collapsed in 2021, if my recollection serves me right, and to this date hasn't rebuilt. We saw students crying, pleading, begging. Nobody should beg a prime minister to do his job that he's getting paid for with taxpayers' money. And they begging the prime minister to fix the bridge so they can cross, back and forth to school. And then we see Craig Mill, that bridge that broke my heart when the truck collapsed that Sunday night into the bridge. Then a couple weeks ago, we saw a videos of people crossing the bridge. The river came down. And then another video that's devastating when you saw school children gripping to the pole trying to walk across the bridge. And then when we look at how this prime minister took away the consolidated road maintenance act funds that Portia Miller Simpson, prime minister, implement that act by using gasoline surtaxes of 40 cents per liter to generate funds so the roads in Jamaica and the bridges can be fixed. But then in 2017, this prime minister took away that provision for the road maintenance funds and put it in a consolidation funds and neglect the roads and the bridges and the cleaning up drainage for 9 years. And now we have roads that are deplorable. We have so many sinkholes and mudslides and collapsed bridges, and it's just show the incompetency of a leader that is not strategic, not calculative, not measured. We have a leader that's deranged and made, impulsive decisions, but not considering the danger of the citizens. That he was not elected, he was appointed. And that's why we need to get away from this system that we have. Because I live in a first world country, even though I was born in Jamaica. And I can tell you this, if there's a bridge that's collapsed, a road that's potholes, it is fixed in a heartbeat. Last year, a ship run aground in one of the biggest bridge in Baltimore, Maryland. It was all over the news, and the bridge collapsed. I believe 6 workers that was working on the bridge died. And within 3 to 4 months, the bridge was restored, because you will have lawsuits like crazy in this first world country that I'm living in if government neglect the basic necessities and the infrastructure that people need. So I'm wondering, why is it appears that the people in Jamaica are powerless to cry out for changes, and the groups that are supposed to be advocates for the people, it seems like they are impotent when it comes to affecting changes so that things can be better in Jamaica. Now the bloggers are, we're all crying out day and night, but the people on the ground seem like it's bothered to me. So what is your opinion about that?
Wow, you raised a couple of issues. I'm going to try and take them one by one. I want to start with Westminster, because you made a point about whether we should follow the Westminster system versus. And I want to really say very carefully that this constitutional discussion that we're engaged in has to be driven by our particular history. The objective is not to follow anyone. We're already trapped in a legal arrangement in the Constitution that we pretty much borrowed from the British. So we have that. The question is, and this is kind of why I went back to, it was set up for a reason. It had a motive, it had a objective, and the objective was to perpetuate a colonial plantation system in the interest of a few. What we've not done since '62 is ask ourselves, what is the new constitutional arrangement we, Jamaica, given our particular history, given our struggles, trials, and tribulations, what do we need to do to create the kinds of outcomes we want? Right? And I want to frame it that way, because when we look at other systems and try to follow them, we forget sometimes that they have a different history and they have a different objective they're trying to achieve. If you think about your own constitution, I assume you're American, in light of your arrangements currently. The American Constitution starts with "we the people, in order to," in order to what? To achieve some specific objectives that was a function of their history. In order to make sense of this union that they were trying to create. And that union was effectively being created on the backs of what could arguably be independent, we call them states, but they could be independent countries. Right? They were founded on, there were these kinds of groupings all over, and they were bringing them together. Big objective. Now, so when we talk about, for example, you made a point about your bridge and the responsiveness to getting that done quickly. You have a history of a serious decentralized structure in which the states have power, have real power. And communities, there's power devolved into communities where there are mechanisms for people to come to sit with the parliamentarian, to sit with the mayor, to sit with the policymakers and the people who can fix these problems and say, here are our concerns. There's a real important divide that we should not forget when we try to impose, or not so much, I don't want to use that word to sound negative, but when we try to emulate then, if you like, what we see in other jurisdictions. Because the power exists. So when you talk about the powerlessness of the people, you are correct. We are powerless because we do not have a structure that has provided an arrangement for power in the hands of our people. Our local government has come from an arrangement with the church, in the Anglican Church, in the vestries that enabled and facilitated and supported the colonial administration in providing services to people across Jamaica. That's where it came from. It was not the idea of you trying to address economic development and the upliftment of your people in different places. No, that was not the objective. And although we've changed and we now have, for the first time in 2015, reference to a local government in the Constitution, it is still very limited. For example, it defines a local government. One important objective is local communities. That's the term it's used. Local communities must be facilitated to participate in local municipalities, right? But who are these local communities? How are they defined? What powers, if any, do they have? These are important questions. And so I suggest that that powerlessness comes from a structure that has disempowered individuals by the absence of mechanisms that they can use. The local governments do not have a capital budget. And so part of the back and forth through all of these Troy and all of these bridges that need to be built and so on is the MP saying, hey guys, you're the minister, you have the budget, you have the resources, we need so you're literally begging. I've been actively involved in my community in getting a road done. And the conversation us as citizens had with our MP was exactly the same. Whether in other words, we are in no better situation. The only difference was that the MP was able to pick up the phone and call the mayor. And most of us couldn't. But if we had a personal relationship with the mayor, we could do that too. So the MPs have no power, and the localities have very little power to tackle some of these capital development issues having to do with economic development. So it's patchwork, right? And you made a reference to the incompetency of the advocates. Well, let me say that the advocates who are trying to bring attention to this are all self-funded. Right now, the impotence is going to be worse in the context of many NGOs and so on that have depended, unfortunately, on USAID and other donor agencies, largely because there's no local funding for advocacy. Who funds advocacy in Jamaica? Who funds citizens organizing themselves to challenge the status quo, to fight for good governance? Who? There are very few people. Let me just say there are some, but they're very few. And so part of the absence of strong advocacy has to do with limited resources, limited capacity. And it's in that context, I think, the program that Will does, that Jeffrey does, and others, where you are amplifying these issues in a jurisdiction and in a place where you're not beholden to anyone and you're not dependent on a job or a contract, matters in terms of the advocacy. And so we have to be very creative in terms of how we can strengthen advocacy to give a voice. So I hope that covered the mix of issues that you raised, but you've raised several important issues, and I thought that it was important to address them all.
Let me move on now to, you have any follow-up, Pastor Ricky?
No, I'll let someone else go up. Thank you very much.
Okay, the last one you did, I didn't touch on, but I'll pause for, I can come back to it, was the matter of the executive president, and I'll come back to that.
Okay, yeah.
JAMAICA'S.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hamilton. It's a great
Hi.
pleasure to have you back here and just to hear more information from you. We are lucky to be in your presence and also Jamaicans to learn from you. And I'm happy that this platform is here. Again, welcome to those who are tuning in the chat, just coming in. It's university we're at, and it's good that we can have these conversations openly so that we can learn from each other. I heard you mention about the bridge earlier, and I'm happy that that bothers you. It illustrates to us that you're a Jamaican that takes the Jamaican issues serious. A lot of people look at these issues and turn a blind eye, but I want to remind them, if you see the struggles of vulnerable people, you cannot consider yourself good. So I'm happy that the struggle highlighted to you is a problem. And you spoke about Portland. The case happened in St. Catherine as well. So Varsland in Portland, St. Catherine of Mr. Warmington, and also Troy Bridge in Trelawney. And when we see this, it's added challenge to the kids who are already thinking about getting food or thinking about having proper household and proper parents. So the bridge now add a challenge to them to impede their education process. And that is a problem. In terms of effectivity, to boost productivity, the bridge is something that will prevent the economy from flowing well. So I'm asking the Member of Parliament, by extension the government, is that a problem to you? Ms. Hamilton see it as a problem. And the rest of Jamaican see it as a problem. I heard you spoke about the senators as well, about better roles, more responsibility to be given onto them. I share the same sentiment, because I see the Prime Minister use this for mouthpiece for himself to, in my opinion, to endorse the corruption that he's doing and make it look like nothing. Because as Pastor Ricky outlined, there's one who told many lies. And when you look at the information, it is there. So I think they need to take this role with greater responsibility to echo the sentiments of the local man to fix these issues. And I heard you spoke about constitutional reform. I just want to know if it is reform or a new constitution. And lastly, you said that there's provision in our current constitution to remove a prime minister. Asking, who does that opportunity lies with? Is it the opposition or the Jamaican people? And what do you feel, how do you feel about the approach from the opposition now? You think there's more can be done to champion the cause of the Jamaican people? Because what we're seeing, many Jamaicans share this sentiment, that the Prime Minister is not fit to be on the ballot box for the next election, given that his statutory declaration has not been certified over 3 years. Also, he hasn't signed the Ethics Code of Conduct. We have so much unaccounted funds, and which objective whichever adjective anybody wants to choose, whether it be unaccounted, missing, can't find, chop, or whatever the case may be. I'm asking you the provision, what you said that is in the Constitution. Does the opposition have the power to force that, or is it the citizens of Jamaica? Can you provide a little bit more clarity on that for me, please? And also, if it's a constitutional reform you think about, or it's a whole new constitution. Thank you.
Okay, another set of good questions and issues. All right, let me start with the idea of, I want to just comment on your point about the children and just to reinforce the fact that, you know, the plight of our kids, the safety, educational well-being and so on must be the priority, must pale in significance for everything else we do. Our children are our future, and we define who we are as a nation by the extent to which we care for our children. So I want to just punctuate your point because it is very important, and that's why it touched me, touched many people. And again, it comes back to what can we do and the powerlessness that we have because we don't have an arrangement where we can adequately address these issues. The new constitution, and I heard the pastor earlier talk about, you know, throwing away our constitution, and a lot of people have that view. Believe it or not, the Constitutional Reform Committee that was set up refers to the work of the constitutional reform process, as creating a new constitution. So let's be clear. I mean, we use words, but yeah, they too refer to it as their objective to create a new constitution. And I understand what they're saying, because if we change the constitution we have enough, it will look new. And more importantly, if we change the fundamental structure of the constitution, we can create a new constitution. Now, some of us may debate about whether let's throw the whole thing out, as Pastor say, let's rewrite it in a more friendly way. And, you know, even if we take some of the things from the past, because we're not throwing everything out, right? It's not all bad, you know. Let me give you a simple way to think about the Constitution. The Constitution does two very important things. One is it protects and establishes our rights and freedoms, right? A big part of all constitutions does that. The other thing that it does is to define, describe, prescribe the structure of government and the governance arrangement that we have, right? These two main things. It does other things, but these are the two main things, right? Now, we've changed significantly our free rights and freedoms. That's what we did in 2011 when we put a new Chapter 3 in place, and we have some new fundamental rights. It's not perfect, but significant changes took place there. What we've not done is change fundamentally the structure of government. And this change to move the British King as head of state to a local president is a significant change, but we argue, many of us who are part of our advocates network and other organizations that are watching this closely, we argue it's not enough. That when you shift the head alone, you don't change the structure. And that's what I want to urge Jamaicans who are focused on an executive president. If you create an executive president and do nothing else with the structure, what you will effectively do is empower the head of state, especially if you don't have a prime minister. Because that's also another confusion, because some people want a head of state and a prime minister. And some people say, well, boy, let's give all the head of state the power. So if you don't have a prime minister, you have a president, and you have a president doing what the prime minister would do, and you give that president the power to concretize and finalize your bills in parliament, you are creating a monarch, someone who will execute and make the law. We have to be very careful. And so I suggest to Jamaicans that let's fix the bottom. Let's fix it, because that's really where the problem, that's where most of us are. Because we can ask ourselves, well, if you get the executive president, how is the executive president going to fix the bridge in Craig Mill? How? And if you can't answer that properly, then I suggest let's focus on that decentralized structure, that arrangement on the ground that's affecting the lives of people. It is when you do that, people will say, yes, that's the constitution I want. As long as it's a discussion about a set of people on the top and the powers they have. People are disconnected. They can't see the relevance. And I struggle with my legal colleagues who feel that we need a constitution to put laws in place and policies a separate matter. Tell the colonialists that. Tell the colonialists that your laws are separate from the legal framework to keep the plantation system going and to keep our people oppressed. They understood that you need the highest laws to create that economic framework in which everybody lives. So it's clear in my head that we need a constitution that can give every Jamaican a fair shot at living well, lifting their standard of living, and developing their communities and the places they live. And it is in that sense I suggest, let's not get preoccupied with this matter of executive versus a ceremonial. We've never had a ceremonial president, I want to say very quickly, because ever since we did our constitution, we've given our Governor General work, albeit we may argue that it's not enough work for the kind of compensation that he or she gets. Well, it's only he up to this point, right? And so I certainly can agree that, you know, there's a lot of pomp and ceremony and so on, and not a lot of actual things done, but there is work being done. Our Governor General has some responsibility to make appointments and so on and so on. Now, I think a careful conversation about what we want an executive president to do, right? That is what I want. A lot of people are arguing for this. Tell us, let's list it, and simultaneously, let us be clear about the framework in which that president will operate, such that there's adequate oversight and there are mechanisms in place that our voices can be heard so that we can get that bridge fixed in Craig Mill and in Troy and wherever we go in the country. Let me say something. We are in the throes of an existential crisis when it comes to climate change. This is not an academic discussion anymore, where we can say, oh, let's put this arrangement in place. That's why I asked the question, how will an executive president protect me when the hurricane is coming? What power do I have to ensure that there are resources at my fingertips that will protect me and my family? That when my house blows down, I have somewhere to go, and that place have food, and so on and so on. How can I build back the next day? Every hurricane you look on these communities that are devastated, you see the community coming together to fix. They're on top of the roof. Everybody coming together to fix. Where is the power, the resources, the help to these communities? So I am very clear that we need to put these structures in place. We've never done it, and we build from the bottom up. For 63 years, we've relied on top-down governance. It has not worked. The tremendous potential in the hands of our people, the creativity, our capacity to make something out of nothing, turn we hand and make fashion, right? Create opportunities. We come out of poverty, and whether we go abroad and we work hard, 3 jobs, send back home, the people who in the diaspora has created the largest income stream for our country in the form of remittances. That was not a deliberate policy by any head of state. It's our people who fought hard to find solutions to their problems out of nothing with no help. That's where I want to rest the future of my country, in the hands of our people, not in the hands of an individual. So as you see, I am not for an executive president in the absence of adequate arrangements in place that will ensure we will not produce a greater dictator than the constitutional dictatorship we now have.
All right. Thanks. I don't know if I should call you teacher, professor, Rosalie. But we're all at your feet, listening, learning, being educated, and hopefully elevated so that we can go out and have these conversations in a civil manner with our fellow brothers and sisters, because these are... Go ahead.
Yeah, and I want to say, Will, I'm not simply taking a position, as you heard, about for or against, and people try to trivialize, I think, this conversation. Are you for or against the executive president? That is it's too simple. Because if we have those mechanisms in place and we can prevent, remember, America has spent 300 and odd years trying to perfect this union. What have we today? Could not avoid a dictatorial president. So there's no guarantee that any mechanism you put in place is going to guarantee. What we know is what we have. What we have is a dictatorial prime minister. Now, if we don't fix that, we will put in place an even more powerful dictatorial president. Mm-hmm. And my suggestion is, let's be very careful, let's be very thoughtful about this. I would have no problem with an elected president if I have my safeguards, enough of those safeguards in place, where we have the oversight mechanisms in place, we decentralize the arrangement, we put power in the hands of the Craig Mill communities and other communities like that, where they can, even if you have the dictator go on with thing and a mash up thing up there, right in a community, we can fix it up and we can say, all right, we are gonna make sure, say, our people their needs are addressed. Yeah. So I think this is a conversation we need to have. I want to urge Jamaicans not to simply, create another partisan position around this executive versus presidential versus, ceremonial, all these divides that divide us and that make us lose sight of where we need to go. And the ultimate outcome that we all want is a stronger Jamaica, a better Jamaica, a more safe Jamaica in which we can raise our families. We can all lift our standard of living. And the majority of us don't have to leave this country in order to give ourselves a fighting chance to live decently, right? We can stay right here on the rock, especially because we know that the countries we're going to don't want us. Mm-hmm. And in fact, are prepared to make sure that we don't go nowhere. Mm-hmm. If they can help it. And we stay in our place because of the color of our skin. That's the more reason why we have to be thoughtful, because we want a place, we have to create a Jamaica in which we can all live. And people in the diaspora want to come home and say, boy, already you can come and you have a place. And you can go right to the communities you're from, and you have real power to work with the elected officials and others to build your community and create a different Jamaica. That's what we want. I'm not going to put my faith in one individual who may become a dictator if we're not careful.
All right. Well, I've heard so much and I'm trying to process it from Jamaica's and Pastor Ricky and Jeffrey, and from you, Rosalie, that this conversation could go on for days, but let me try and encapsulate it, at least my concerns. One is, you have shown an appreciation for the Constitution and its worth, or the lack thereof. And we saw where the government went out and say, well, we're going to get a bunch of experts to look at this issue. And I don't hear none of them raise the issues where you raise. And the issue you raise is paramount in importance, because them can come with a piecemeal thing if, as you said, if you don't have oversight mechanisms, if you don't have a system, then you run the risk of being led by an autocrat or the monarchy. We end up back similar to the monarchy. So I'm thinking, how is it that we can be having this discussion? And the CRC said, oh, we had discussions all over Jamaica. We had town hall meetings. We had this, we had that. And not once did I hear these subjects that we're talking about now. They never surfaced. So I agree with Pastor Ricky that them need to take this constitution with them up and take them reform and flush it down the toilet and start all over, because it is woefully inadequate to deal with the issues, at least the way that you have presented them, and I think they're rightfully presented. So there's a problem there. Another thing is this. You could have the best system, and this is just a comment. You could have the best system, but if you have the wrong people in that system, it cancels it out. If you have corrupt people in a system that you would say is fair and just, then you're going to have problems. You're going to have problems. I want to play a video because you mentioned something. Climate change. You mentioned climate change, saying that's real, and you want to know how will the president, how will he safeguard, provide for you and your family in catastrophic times? And this government that we have now will tell you that we have something called a cat bond, and we have this and we have that, and a cat bond that will never be triggered. And if it's triggered, Jamaica mash up. The money with them get can't fix one parish. But we're giving 10 million a year, I believe, to the investors. This is what I'm talking about. That why is it that they can't come down to our level? Because apparently they're way up in the atmosphere. Why is it that they can't come down to our level and talk to us as we are talking right now and deal with the issues? But here is the issue. Let me play this video and then we'll pick it up after.
Senate that is appointed.
Right. Well, I'm on record as saying I support the idea of the Senate being expanded and to have at least 2 representatives from the diaspora in the Senate. And, I think that's something which would help the Senate to broaden the voice, the collective voice of senators and the experience of senators. And it's consistent with the idea, the notion that Jamaica is more than just a geographical location, but is a body of persons and a culture and a lifestyle that goes beyond our borders. So I would like to see that happen. But again, the provisions that would need to be changed to make that happen are deeply entrenched. So we're going to have bipartisan support for it to go forward. Yeah.
Thank you. Alvin, anything more?
Okay. Now, we did this piece last week. Let me just give you the Reader's Digest version. Even before 2010, Bruce Golding was of the opinion that the diaspora should have 2 Senate seats. Then the case of Minister Vaz came up with his U.S. citizenship, and the kibosh was put on that. Never happened. Then in 2015, Prime Minister, then opposition leader, Holness, made the argument that, yes, the diaspora should have a seat in the Senate. Then in 2016, he doubled down on that, say, yes, and they must have a seat in the Senate. Not only that, and they must also vote. Well, set up something so they can vote. And then, what they didn't tell us was that it's a deeply entrenched provision of the Constitution, thereby requiring 2/3 vote in the House, 2/3 vote in the Senate, and a referendum. No, Jamaica has not had a referendum since independence. I think they had one in 1961, which was federation. So we haven't had one since 1962. This is the first one. And they did the report, and in the report, not one mention about a seat in the Senate for the diaspora. In the bill, there's a mention, but here's the mention. The mention is that the 3 senators that will be appointed or nominated by the president, then if any issues in the diaspora, then one of them can actually deal with it in the Senate. That is not what was promised. I just played your video where Mr. Mark Golden said 2 seats in the Senate for the diaspora. No, you said that you want an elected Senate because you don't feel like the Senate as presently constituted represents the will, the need, the desires, the hopes, the goals of the people. Point well taken. Mark Golding is of the opinion that, let me say, opposition leader Mark Golding is of the opinion that 2 seats in the Senate, the Prime Minister, his last mention on this subject was that a seat in the Senate. You've said no, not no to this. You've said we need to have an elected Senate. Do you mean to say that you can have elected senators from the diaspora, or are you saying we should only have elected senators living in Jamaica?
Well, it's a very interesting, I'm glad you raised it because I wanted to touch on that matter of what is the objective of the diaspora with respect to a Senate seat. And I want to suggest that a Senate seat in the current arrangement does nothing more than reinforce the current structure in which if you're not with the winning side, you can articulate anything you want, but you won't be able to change the legislative arrangement. And if you're on the winning side, you simply rubber stamp what the government wants. Now, if people in the diaspora are satisfied with that and feel that that's the way they want to see the future of their country, I can understand. I beg to differ. I think the diaspora is and can continue to play an even bigger role through an elected Senate. How? My understanding is that most people in the diaspora are really concerned about the communities they've come from. You constantly remind us of that every time you do this program, Will, with the picture in your background, right? Your commitment, I think, can't speak for you, may have more to do with your interests in Waterhouse than in the entire Jamaica.
In the entire Jamaica.
Right. Arguably, obviously, you can't extract Waterhouse from Jamaica, so I know you want Jamaica to progress. But you want Waterhouse to progress, right? And therefore, if we have a Senate arrangement where senators, the MPs, the councillors, and the people in the diaspora who can hold even office as an official in your local government, community government arrangement, and so on in Waterhouse, and that you can focus on what you're interested in, I think you have a better shot at making a difference. That's my view. And so I think the diaspora is better served in a decentralized arrangement in which power is in the hands of the very people you want to help.
Okay, but here's what I'm struggling with. I'm struggling very hard with it. Promises were made, and I mean, promises are comfort to a fool, but these promises were made time and time and time again. Whenever them come here and them want money, them say this, and people start believing it. And now I'm holding them to account, saying you made the promise, now deliver on the promise. The thing about the voting thing, which is interesting because they're inextricably linked. Like you're saying, they should be elected. The question is, how will they be elected? No, the Prime Minister has positioned himself or has tethered himself to the idea that it should be constituent voting. What that means is that all of we in the diaspora, 3 million, 4 million, whatever the number is, we will all vote in one constituency. Him say, I don't want to vote all over the place because we can shift the balance of power and cause issues. So I want all our overseas who want to vote. And he said, I'm willing to grant you to shepherd whatever legislation it may require for you to exercise that vote. But you will do so in one constituency. What's your take on that?
Well, I can't say I know enough, and I'd have to hear much more about that detail. I don't know what that constituency is. That going to be a new constituency that's created? I don't know, and I don't understand. So I can't speak to that, and I can't really speak to those promises. But I think the conversation in the diaspora has been very thoughtful. I like the point about the Prime Minister. If you got your seat, how will it achieve what you want? How? Practically how? What powers will that senator have to deliver what you want? Remember, the diaspora, quite frankly, arguably is bigger than the population in Jamaica, right? I mean, it's a lot of people who can qualify. So the needs clearly are very diverse. So it's not one set of things, right? And this is why I took the view I've taken, which is that diverse views can best represented in your interests in the communities you're from, that you're rooted in, that you want to see progress. And therefore, an arrangement that gets your voice in there, like the voice of the people who live there every day. And you're on the same page, fighting for the same thing for community development. That's my thinking. No, I ask, if it is for those people who want the Senate seat, and I'm not saying you shouldn't have it in, I'm just saying that's your view. It's a legitimate view. We're all here working this throughout. I don't have all the answers. I have views like many of us. My question would be, what would you want that senator to achieve and how? To represent the interests of the diaspora.
Well, there's several things that you could have started with PICA, passport issues. They have that's a continuing issue where people apply for their passports and it takes months and months and months and months and they can't get their passports. There's also one concerning investment where you would have.
But let me pause and say too that for Jamaicans, that's also an issue. That's not a separate. So okay.
Yeah, but you're asking what would a representative
be
doing, and I'm saying that's one of the things that they be doing. And also keep in mind because some people might reasonably make the argument that they don't live here, and with technology we can do a lot of things that we couldn't do 20 years ago. Not only that, keep in mind that we have parliamentarians who are not showing up for work. They're not showing up for work. I mean, just flat out not showing up for work. And so and they're getting paid. So the question then is, that argument won't hold water, because what's the point of having somebody in your community that you say, well, this person represents me, but you never see them, and they're not in parliament to represent your issue. Whereas somebody who could do it electronically would be a better candidate. Now, I'm not making an argument for or against a Senate seat. All I'm saying is that these promises were made. And if they're not going to fulfill them, they need to come and say, listen, we promised you, but we're not going to do it. So let's not have this conversation and shut it down. And we're fine. But to continue to promise, to double down, triple down, quadruple down on the promises, saying, yes, you're going to get your Senate seat. And then you say, okay, make it happen. And then now they have the perfect opportunity to make it happen. This is the first time in the history of so-called independent Jamaica we're having a referendum, or it looks like we're going to have a referendum. And we say, all right, put it on the referendum. We don't see it. Another thing you mentioned was the idea of a prime minister nominating a president who might be his friend, and him can get the 2/3 vote in the Senate because of the arrangement. I think it's 15, 9, and 3. So if the 3 would go along with the 15, that's 18. So you have the 2/3 vote. And this, I mean, I couldn't agree with Pastor Ricky Moore that we need to get rid of this document, because what it says is that the prime minister has the right to nominate in consultation. And that don't mean nothing. It just means him just tell him, say, this is who me want. And him say, in consultation, him nominate somebody, and then it go to the house and vote on it, blah, blah, blah. No, the problem is where the consultation doesn't work out. If the opposition leader says, I don't like this person, what? 2 things. According to the bill that they have in Parliament right now, 1 or 2 things could happen. One is you resubmit it. The Prime Minister could just back off for a week or 2 or whatever, and then come back and say, look, think about it, I'm going to resubmit it. Or the opposition leader could say, I have somebody else. I have a person here that I think would be a better candidate. Now, if there's no consensus, if the Prime Minister says, I like your candidate, then it's fine. If the Prime Minister says, I don't like your candidate, you don't like my candidate, well, guess what? A period of 3 months must elapse from the time it was first submitted. So 3 months go by, and then the Prime Minister says, all right, the 3 months gone by, no, I'm going to submit the same name that you don't like. And them just submit it, and then them just go through them rigmarole and get it done. I have a serious problem with that. I have a very serious problem with that. And I mean, you have taken me in uncharted territory by saying that you're not necessarily for an elected president versus a ceremonial president, because you need to see the structure. You need to see how this person is going to function and provide whatever it is, that the service that he has to provide for his people. I wasn't even thinking about that. I was just thinking about ceremonial versus an executive. And you have made me smarter now by saying, look, well, that's a surface issue. The deeper issue is the mechanism that you're going to use to hold these people accountable. And I think we're all smarter by you being here today, as always, because you always bring something that we never thought about, or we thought about it, but not as deeply as you're forcing us to say, think about this. And I respect you really, where you say, look, I'm not telling you that you must do this or must do that. All I'm saying is just think about it carefully. And so going back to the Senate seat thing, if they would just come out and say, it's not going to happen. But what they did was they promised, and the opportunity is here right now. It's a once in a lifetime thing. Think about this, people. From 1962, we have not had a referendum since Jamaica became independent. This is a once in a lifetime thing. And here it is now, and all the promises that you heard Mark Golan said, it's going to require a referendum, 2/3 in both houses and a referendum. Yet, it's not in the bill. So, again, it's just, oh, you know what? Oh, I must play this. Forgive me, Rosalie. I must, wait there. Oh, I must play this. Hold on.
I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians.
I'd be remiss if I didn't play that. I have to play that every chance I get. Gentlemen, any further inquiries, questions?
Yeah, I would like to thank you, Sir Rattigan.
Oh, hold on 1 second, Pastor Ricky. I think, Rosalie, you say you were going to address something that Pastor Ricky mentioned.
No, actually, it was JAMAICA'S, is it? Yeah, I forgot.
It was the executive.
Yes, sorry?
It was the executive president.
Yes. Mm. Yes, that was, but I think I spoke to it just now. So I don't know if you want me to add any more, but your last point, I was just making the point about that focus, and the point that Will just made. It is important to be very clear what you want your executive president to do, because I think most people, just by the name, don't want a ceremonial president alone. Somebody who only goes to ceremonies. I mean, if you look at the trappings of Jamaica House and all the, King's House and, all it, it's too much. To do what? And I think most everybody can agree. And I certainly don't want any quote unquote ceremony in that simple way. But if we think about what it is that we want a president to do, then I think we have a better, we call it whatever, call it hybrid. Some people calling it hybrid president, no president, whatever. That is a label. We have to go behind and ask the question, what exactly will our executive president do? And just a high level perspective is this. If you want a president alone without a prime minister, then you are giving that president everything that the president now has, the prime minister now has. And remember, we're already calling our current prime minister a constitutional dictator. What that means is that there's a lot of power concentrated in the hands of that prime minister. So simply giving the prime president the work of the prime minister and giving him that executive role doesn't help us much. Second, You will add the current role of the Governor General, because those things you can't just do away with them. The formal appointments of the ministers and so on, the president would do that. The signing of the bill, perhaps the most important work you give a Governor General or head of state, right? Signing, the final signing of you finalize the legal arrangement. Now, when you do that, you're putting the power of the executive, all the executive function in one person, in the hands of a prime minister. You're giving that to the president, and you're giving the power of the assent to the president. So the president now has these two very, very, very powerful roles. And it's for that reason I suggest we have to focus on the oversight. You have to focus on how we decentralize power so that we don't simply carry over the power of the president in the hands of the prime minister, in the hands of the president, without any changes. And it is when we work that through, I think I can be more convinced that that's a better route than a focus on the oversight, on new governance arrangement, putting mechanisms in the hand of our people so that we can fix our bridges and develop our communities in the way we want to put those powers in place. And when we have that, and it's not promises anymore, let's do it. Let's actually do it. Let's test it. Let's see if it's working. It may not work in the way we thought our system that we have would work. It's not working. We can all agree on that. So let's put the system in place. And at that point, right, we can say, okay, maybe if we have an executive president who will do X, Y, and Z, then we could improve this new system we have, where we've moved away from this concentration of power, unfettered, right, a different system. Yeah. Let me also answer that question that Jamaica had raised about the provision in the Constitution that can move a prime minister. It is section 71, subsection 2 of the Constitution that gives the majority vote to the House of Representatives to revoke the appointment of the prime minister. Now, that is the arrangement that we now have. That doesn't require us to wait 5 years until we vote out, and we may not be able to vote out a prime minister, sorry, right? Or in this, if we bring it in the Republican system, a president. The opportunity the British have and other democracies that have a similar provision is that during the course of a term, if there are problems with the prime minister, this goes now, remember the Americans chose to walk away from this arrangement, and their choice was high crimes and misdemeanors that they want to impeach a president for, right? And we've seen that whole history of the incapacity of the system to actually impeach and remove the impeachment, but we don't remove. So you see how difficult that is. So that's one thing. But you could see how in the British arrangement, you have an incompetent prime minister. You saw it, Liz Truss and others and so on. They felt that, this lady or this man is not doing what they need. They moved. They just moved the person to give that party the best shot at winning the election, right? And if it is to your point, Will, where promises are made to the electorate, to people in the constituency that these MPs are representing, and when you come to power, the prime minister is not leading the country along those promise lines, people can say to your MP, listen, but you're all not going down this way. You promised to deliver it, you're not delivering, and pressure your MP to remove the prime minister. All of that is possible. So I think we have to be thoughtful about whether we want to give that up or go to another system that is new. We don't know it. Importantly, it may not work. And we have this tradition that we have inherited from the British, which we still have today in every household, in every community, in every church. I don't want to say every in any absolutely, but let me just say refer and say most homes, in most communities, in most church, which is authoritarian leadership. And let me say to the ladies, this is not just about men authoritarianism either, right? It has been male authoritarianism for a long time, but women are now learning it. And when we are in charge, we're just as authoritative. So when you couple our, let me pause and explain what I mean by that, because we know it, we see it, we feel it. We associate leadership with that style. That it is when you stand up and say, it's so it go, so we want the thing to run. It's so, yeah, that is what we see as a good leader. And let me remind you that we had a poll done a few years ago. I don't think the figures have changed much in the last popular opinion poll, the lap-up studies that are done every 2 years. And a few years ago it was done. And for the first time, I think it was 2019 or therearound, don't quote me. But for the first time in our history, we saw Jamaicans, more than 50% of Jamaicans supported a leader who is prepared to break the rules and be dictatorial in solving our problem of crime. And that figure was higher than support for democracy. So, this matter of authoritarian rule and leadership is inbuilt in our political system, but it is also there in other spheres of social organization. And therein lies the real concern when you put power, when you strengthen the power we already have in our prime minister, in a president that has to sign off on our rules, then we could be in a lot of danger.
Let me just,
if I may,
hold on a second, Jeffrey. Hold on a second. Let me just. Loxley in the chat was saying that then how did they pass the parish bill? Loxley, the parish bill is not an entrenched provision in the Constitution, so it requires just a simple majority. So just to be clear on that. Yeah. And then second things, I want to read something to you. Somebody, a person I have the highest regard for, is watching the program and sent me this. Person says it's a lovely discussion. Says we need terms of reference for the executive president, the prime minister, and all other appointees under the new constitution. Well, we shouldn't have any appointees under the new constitution because, Rosalie, and I agree that if it's going to be representative, then you can't at that level where you have people like ministers and all that. It has to be elected. It cannot be appointed. But it's too much controversy and confusion around roles and responsibilities. This confusion, and this is to your point, Rosalie, this confusion has filtered into our daily administration of governance. Our road need to be fixed. You hear that it is NWA, then the municipality, then it's the MPs, then it's this, then it's that. And in the end, it remains as is, unfixed. So this is somebody who lives in Jamaica, who's joining the discussion and saying, echoing what you're saying, that yeah, we need terms of reference because we don't have it. And how are we going to? When will we do it? When the president, when the prime minister put him friend in charge, and then we realize, wait a minute, we don't have the terms of reference, we don't have no mechanism, and then them just do it.
We have lost Mr. Wilfred Rattigan. I don't know what happened.
Let me just finish my point. Come back because I was about to ask her a question, and I'm sorry, Professor. I'm so sorry, Professor.
Rosalie Goodman. Rosalie Good.
All right. What we can do in terms of the Constitution. When I say rip it up, we have to remember that this current Constitution was not written by Jamaicans. This Constitution was written from our colonial rulers that was Jamaicans in 1962 to govern us as an island nation. My point when I say we need to rip this up is that We need a constitution that is written that includes Jamaica culture, heritage, history, all the things that we cherish as a country that we enjoy. We know better what Jamaican is about. Being a Jamaican is about. We thank God for the chapter 3, the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedom that was passed in 2011 to strengthen this current constitution. But as we look at the CR document last year that was drafted by the CRC, it was all about the government. It was about the ceremonial president. It was about um, increasing the seats in the Senate, and everything was about the government, and it wasn't anything about the people. Although they say this is phase 1 and they were going to come with phase 2, but you can't trust someone who never tells the truth to to believe that there will be a follow-up. So that's one point. The next point I wanted to raise real quickly is that in America, we have a ceremonial president. I'm sorry, executive president with a vice president that both are voted for. The Senate and the Congress is voted on. The judiciary, which is the courts, are appointed justices. So when you have checks and balances in terms of the 3 branches, are in Jamaica they say arm, the 3 arms of government, that they should be independently. Unfortunately, sometimes whoever the head of state is, his party might control the legislative body. But nevertheless, the judiciary is there to hold that executive branch in check, and also the legislative branch in check if there's any breach of the law or the Constitution. And one final point, I strongly believe that the last time I checked, I think it was last year sometime, it was like 5 to 6 million Jamaicans live outside of Jamaica in the whole entire Jamaican diaspora, which is a significant amount of people that lives outside of Jamaica, almost twice the population in Jamaica currently. And so I feel like the way it is in America, if you're a U.S. citizen and you live overseas in a foreign country, you still have the ability to participate in elections in America by what they call voting ballots. So I strongly think that if Jamaica moved to an executive president, they can entrench this in the Constitution, that Jamaican citizens living outside of Jamaica, they can put this provision in the new Constitution to have them, write in their ballots just the way. And I mean, the current government does not need to worry about it might sway the balance of power, because elections are cycle. And if your party's in the ruling government and you're not performing and meeting the expectation, then of course the people are going to vote you out the next term. When you look at the election cycles from 1962 till present, both political party almost share the same amount of years. So that's nothing to worry about, that the balance of power might be swayed by the diaspora. People in the diaspora love Jamaica. They send remittances. They have businesses in Jamaica. They have properties in Jamaica. They have land in Jamaica, and they choose to go to Jamaica for vacation. Everybody in the diaspora love Jamaica. And so it's only fair that we all who are born in Jamaica as Jamaican citizens have a seat in the say in the general elections in Jamaica. And we can do it in mail-in ballots. The U.S. does it every year. And Sir Rattigan, who traveled overseas and work overseas, can tell you that if it's an election time, they can mail in their ballots and it's get counted in the votes. So that's something that the Jamaican government should strongly think about. Thank you.
If I'm yes, Professor, and this goes to Mr. Rattigan too. A Jamaican who lives in the United States as an American citizen, and say they give Jamaicans the go ahead. Jamaica decide to have Jamaicans in the diaspora as senator. Would it be a problem? Wouldn't it be a problem for a Jamaican who's an American citizen to be sitting in the Jamaican Parliament?
Yeah.
Unmute your mic, Mr. Rattigan.
Yeah. Here's what they did. What they did was, despite the promises that, you know, you should have 2 seats in the Senate, this bill says that selection to the Senate will be in accordance with Section 40 of the Constitution. You know what Section 40 says? It says you have to live in Jamaica for a year in order to that for the Senate. So how you going to live in America and Jamaica? Because if you claim that you live in America and them say you pay taxes and you work in America, but you claim you live in Jamaica, you violate a whole bunch of laws, including the Representation of People Act.
And that is why I asked the question, Mr. Rattigan. How can that work if a Jamaican who's an American citizen is appointed to be a senator in Jamaica? Wouldn't that be a conflict of interest?
No, it wouldn't be a conflict of interest if they removed, if Section 40 is removed. It's fine.
I understand that. But what about the American law?
No, America not care. And in fact, I have something here that I want to show you regarding, keep talking, I'll find it. There's something here that the State Department recently put out regarding the same thing about Americans using a foreign passport, foreign as far as America is concerned. And like, for example, you use a Jamaica passport to go
into Jamaica.
Use a Jamaica passport to enter Jamaica, because when you enter, you don't have any time restrictions. Because if you use a U.S. passport, they're going to ask you, how long are you staying? And then them give you that time period. Whereas if you use a Jamaican passport, them can't ask that question. And then when you return to the U.S., you use the American passport. Some people were of the opinion that that's illegal, and that when you come back, and there were stories floating around that CBP at the airports, they were taking away people's passport and say you don't need it because you didn't use it to enter Jamaica. It's nonsense. It's all nonsense. And they were mentioning here that, yeah, you can go and you can serve in the parliament if you want. The only thing is that you have to report it. You have to report it. But there's no law being broken. Oh,
so you're saying, Mr. Rattigan, that you, Wilfred Rattigan, can serve in the Jamaican Parliament and won't be a problem for the American government?
And do what?
It won't be a problem for the American government?
No.
But I want to check that, you know, because travel is one thing, but swearing allegiance to another government is another. Therein lies the issue.
All right.
Yeah.
Let me show you something. Kevin, you can put this up for me?
From a non-commonwealth country. It's Section 40.
Because it says right here that the U.S. Supreme Court has ruled that U.S. citizenship is a constitutional right that cannot be taken away from a citizen who does not intend to relinquish it. Hear that? There it is. And let me put it up. Let me show them the source of it. There it is. It's from the U.S. Embassy. They put this out in Moldova. And the title is Dual Citizenship. There it is. And it says, look at the first line, the first sentence. The Supreme Court of the United States has ruled that U.S. citizenship is a constitutional right that cannot be taken away from a citizen who does not intend to relinquish it. So if I go serve in the Jamaican Parliament and I say, no, I don't intend to relinquish my American citizenship, I have dual citizenship, I'm serving here. And look what it says. It says, therefore, such actions as naturalization in a foreign country, meaning that you take out citizenship in another country, travel on a foreign passport, which is where we are talking about, employment with a foreign government, and voting in a foreign election do not automatically jeopardize your U.S. citizenship. Go ahead, Jeffrey.
But hold on there, Mr. Rattigan. The Jamaican Constitution does not allow you to serve in the Parliament of Jamaica as a dual citizen.
No. Listen carefully to what I'm saying. I'm saying under the new bill, if they remove Section 40.
Okay.
Right. If they remove Section 40 and say you don't have to live. Because remember, this is something that they have to figure out because they make the promise and don't think that they're not aware of it because of the Vaz case. They're aware of it. So what I'm saying is that they can make whatever change is necessary in the present constitution to allow dual citizens to serve in the parliament. They can do that. And what does that require? It requires 2/3 vote in both houses and a referendum. We're going to have a referendum, it looks like. So put it in the referendum.
Hold on again for me, Mr. Rattigan. Somebody in the chat room, a good friend of mine, Miss Williams, Joyce Williams, is saying that the present administration has ruled something different about citizenship in America. That she's saying this old stuff that you're reading. That's not old stuff.
No, what? No. Here's the thing. There's a difference between policy, the Constitution, and laws.
Okay.
Right? And so a lot of people, and you heard it from Shernet, what a lot of the things that the President Trump is doing, right? He's not creating law. He's trying to get them to enforce existing law. He can change policy. Policy is separate and apart from the law, and it's separate and apart from the Constitution. As long as they don't violate it, it's fine. So this thing here, the way you test these things is how you test them in court.
Mm-hmm.
The question is, does anybody want to end up going to court to deal with something like this? Nobody wants to. Nobody wants to be a guinea pig. But based on this, you can do all of those things. And I don't recall the Supreme Court saying no to these things. However, I stand at the ready to be fully corrected. But based on what this State Department, it's not even an advisory, State Department statement is saying is that you can do all of these things. You can go to Jamaica and use a Jamaican passport and enter. And when you come back, you use a US passport because they don't care. They only care about your re-entry. That's what they care about. And that's what
I may.
Go ahead.
If I may.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry. Mm.
Yes, I wanted to ask Miss Rosalie for a little bit more clarity. And thank you for providing the information. You said Section 71, subsection 2, the provision there.
Jamaica, talk up a little bit louder or move closer to the microphone, please.
You're hearing me better?
Yes.
All right. So I did hear, thank you, Miss Rosalie, for informing us that in the Constitution, Section 71, subsection 2, correct me if I'm wrong, that you said this is the provision that gives the Jamaican people the power through their MPs to remove the Prime Minister. So I'm asking, with what is happening in Jamaica in terms of the promises that the Prime Minister have made about electricity, he said that he's going to bring in big companies to rival JPS, and the Jamaican people seeing higher light bill. Crime and violence, when he said that he's going to let people sleep with their windows and their door open, and we see crime being diversified in front of our face, where we have seen money carriers. We cannot call them brinks because I don't know who gave them the authority or the privilege to carry money in pro box and those soft cars, which I believe they're a target. Also, he said having an election 1 year before it was constitutionally due in COVID, putting the Jamaican people's life at risk, over $3 trillion unaccounted for, and also unconstitutional state of emergency. Are these not grounds to say the Prime Minister should not be on the ballot box, or to be forced him to call an election or to step aside? Can this same provision, the Section 71, subsection 2, can be applied to the Prime Minister in this time?
What will be required is, as you correctly said, the people of Jamaica in those constituencies saying to their MP, we don't like this, and we think you should, call for a vote of no confidence. Jamaican people can do that. The question will be, what will the members of Parliament do? Will they follow their party leader and continue to support the party leader, or will they listen to this? So there are two things that need to happen. One is whether people will actually push for their MPs to, move in that direction. The reality is that most Jamaicans are not very politically active, and the voter turnout is one measure, but just going to political meetings and so on, you don't see a lot of people actively doing that. So I think you won't get a lot of push from the Jamaican people to say to their MPs, do it. Now, will the MPs as a caucus come together and do it? We've not seen that. We've not seen it in our history. And I'm not sure that any set of issues is going to do it before the election. Let me put it that way. There are a range of issues that have come up, including what came out of the Integrity Commission, that for any other country, I think the Prime Minister would be forced to resign. But I think it didn't trigger that reaction on the part of the members of Parliament who could have pushed for that provision of the no confidence vote. And arguably, it could give the government a better shot at this election if those issues were not around the head of the Prime Minister. But, you know, politics is a very complex thing because for some Jamaicans, it don't really matter. You know, these issues of integrity and corruption and so on is just the norm, you know, and so therefore there are many Jamaicans who will go to the polls and they won't see these issues as enough issues, serious enough to vote against the government. So that's the issue, and that's one of the reasons you haven't seen that provision being activated, because one, I don't think that there is enough push on the part of the Jamaicans to say to the MP, listen, we don't like this, we want to see a vote of no confidence. And on the other hand, you don't see the MPs who have to do it as a caucus. You can't have the vote and then you lose the vote, because you know what will happen to those MPs who pushed, right? If they're in cabinet, they'll be pushed out of cabinet, for example. That's one way that the Prime Minister holds ministers in check, that if you don't, you know, follow the leader, you can be kicked out of cabinet. So it would have to have sufficient votes. And I would say that the politics will also require the party to also force calling a leadership election, you know, so you have to have the support of the party as well, because that individual in our jurisdiction is not only the Prime Minister, but it's also the leader of the party. So the party also would have to work hand in hand with the caucus, the winning caucus in the Parliament, to be able to effectively ensure that the vote takes place and the vote, you know, the no confidence vote wins. Obviously, you're going to get the opposition, you know, so you wouldn't have to worry too much about the opposition saying, yes, they would support it, more than likely. But it's whether you'll get enough. And that is why the size of the cabinet ministers, the ministers with executive responsibility, is important in the makeup of the legislature. Now, you've seen why I'm suggesting that the structure has to change. Part of the structure is that, because you can't have a close, almost 50-50. In some jurisdictions across the Caribbean, there are more cabinet ministers, executive members in the legislature than legislators. So they'll always outvote. You'll never be able to move a prime minister. But if you have some kind of a formula where you say you can't have no more than 10% or of the, you know, of the legislature being in cabinet, or some threshold. I think we've had a situation where I think the minimum number we've had is like 16 members in the cabinet. I think we've gone all the way up to 20 something now. But if we keep that number small relative to the rest of the electorate, the legislature, then you have a good shot at more of the non-executive legislators voting in such a way to move a prime minister.
Let me ask this question, Ms. Professor Hamilton. You speak about the members of parliament putting a no confidence vote against the prime minister.
That's a provision of the Constitution. That's what he was talking about. That provision.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But can the people of Jamaica come together then and have, well, it can have mass demonstration in the street and say, listen to me, it's time for you to go. $3 trillion are accountable for, 28 bank accounts. We have no, money gone on the drain, $2 billion of taxpayers' money gone on in SSL. It's time for you to go. Can the people push him?
The people definitely is within our rights to do that. Obviously, we have freedom of assembly and so on, and we can make our voices heard in that level. However, it doesn't translate into anything other than a protest. It can be ignored. The question is whether our MPs would stand up in Parliament and say, see, the country is getting ungovernable. This can't continue. The people want you to step aside, and we are going to put a vote. That has to be done by the winning side of the Parliament. It has to be done by the majority. It's the only way it will win. Or if you have a slim majority, then you might have a chance if you get one opposition who vote with you, or two and one who don't on the other side. You know what I'm saying? So you have a better chance. But the bottom line is that under the Constitution, that's the only way you could move the Prime Minister with that confidence.
And that has never happened in Jamaica's history.
To the best of my knowledge, there has been no vote of no confidence that has removed the Prime Minister.
Wow. Mr. Rattigan, Kevin?
Couple of things. First of all, I know you were on a little bit of a timeline, Rosie. You still have a few minutes you can stay. Sorry?
Yes.
Oh, you got to go.
No, I'm saying I have a few minutes, yes.
Okay, cool. So we can go on a little bit longer. Just give me the cue. So in the event that we should do something like a no contest, how is that achieved? And do you see that as something that could be done without there being talks of a coup?
No, I don't think you have to go to a coup at all. I think what would happen is that it would force an election. That's what is likely to happen. Because remember, the Prime Minister, certainly under the current arrangement, can call election at any point. So what would typically happen is that the Prime Minister would go to the people and then, ask for an election. And of course, if the Prime Minister win, then it reinforces to the party, hey, I can still lead. You see? And so that's one way to go. If the party is prepared to, of course, move the vote, then that's a different thing if the actual vote takes place.
So it is his own party that will have to raise the issue of no.
Yes,
no
because of the majority. Because of the majority in Parliament, yes.
But like it is said, that will never happen.
Well, again, we see this is the point. We say it will never, and again, to come to Pastor's point about Westminster, that's the Westminster model that we have, quote unquote, tried to follow, but it's not quite the same because the structure is a little different. You have in other jurisdictions like Britain that we got it from, that's what happens on a regular basis. It's not that it can never happen. That's what happens in other jurisdictions. And it is because you have a strong relationship between the member of Parliament and the people who put them there. They're accountable ultimately to the people. And so if you don't follow the people, and the same is true in the US. You get the senators and you get people on the side of the president, right, who is Congress and so on. They are acting, they're following what their constituencies are doing because the constituents will vote them out.
Right.
Right. And, you see all the demonstrations, one of the most powerful one I saw was at some point was even disabled people, sitting in front, with their chairs and saying to their MPs, no, that rule cannot work. And those kinds of pressures are pressures you can't ignore if you want to be voted back into power. So they're responsive. And so I think that's one side of the coin. There's several pieces that have to happen. I think more Jamaicans have to get involved in the process and are willing to engage their MPs and say, hey, this is how we want you to act. So that's one thing. And then secondly, you need to shift up the structure of Parliament such that you give real work to the MPs in the oversight process, right? And you get that as part of the lawmaking process, because lawmaking is not just about shaping law. It's also about revising and upgrading law and so on. And when we have an oversight process in which we, the people, can have a say, our voice is there, there are hearings that are held, we can submit positions and so on, then it will inform our representatives why they should act in a certain way, why they should revise the law, or why they should put a new law in place. So those are the processes that have to happen in order to get different outcomes. Yes.
But if I may, Professor, do you at this time think that Jamaicans know that they can pressure their members of parliament to say to the members of parliament, him or her, that we don't want this man in there? I don't think Jamaicans know that, Professor Hamilton.
Well, I go even basic than that. I don't think most Jamaicans are aware that they are the owners of the country, and they must take responsibility for the country. They also don't know that they can say to their MPs, when question time comes in Parliament, I want you to ask this question.
Yes.
You know, those are channels that we have. And so while it's easy to blame the politicians for the state of the country, I suggest respectfully to the Jamaican people, we also have to ask ourselves, are we doing what we ought to do? Are we taking our responsibilities serious? And maybe if we, since it's most of us, right, since we are in the majority with respect to the elected officials, right, are we taking our responsibilities serious and doing what we should do in a democracy where our voices ought to be heard?
Yeah, I have a question. Thank you so much. With respect to protesting, Chapter 3 of the Constitution, the fundamental rights of freedom, gives every Jamaican the right to peaceful protest. Is it not unconstitutional for the Prime Minister to use the JCF, the police force, to try to break up peaceful protests? And the reason why I signal this out, because I recall that maybe 2 to 3 years ago, when the UIC led a protest, they wanted to go. I'm getting an echo. They wanted to go march all the way up to Jamaica House. And in America, right now, as we're here speaking, people are protesting every Saturday in front of the White House. It's been going on for decades and centuries. There is no prohibition for you to go stand in front of the president's White House and protest peacefully. Why is it when the people of Jamaica have a fundamental rights of freedom of expression, free speech, freedom of movement, freedom of gathering, and they want to let their voices be heard, the JCF was sent to break up the protests because the Prime Minister didn't want the UIC, I forgot his name, president, to go to in front of Jamaica House. Jamaica House is not the Prime Minister house. Jamaica House is the people's house, just like the White House is the people's house of Jamaica. The Congress in Jamaica is the people's house. That's where they do business for the people. And it appears that this Prime Minister is violating and breaching the Constitution of freedom of speech. And then one last point, that if you say anything negative about him, he will send the JCF to find you under your mattress or your bed and lock you up. In America, the presidents are shredded to pieces. You got to have thick skin to be a president in America. I mean, the way they treated George Bush Jr., Bill Clinton when he messed around and got involved with Monica Lewinsky, the way they treated Obama as the first black president, and even Trump get shredded. I mean, the first time he was president, Biden, the same thing. Why is it this prime minister in Jamaica is so thin-skinned that he can't ignore what the chat, and just govern and do the people's business? And if the people want to protest in front of Jamaica House peacefully, not violently, but peacefully, that's their constitutional rights. Where are the watchdog groups in Jamaica, human rights group, to allow these people to have their day by letting their voice be heard?
Unmute your mic, Professor.
Yes, it's on mute. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, you're good now.
Yeah. All right. I'm saying you're raising a good question. It's a good issue. I want to remind you that we sit on top of the world with respect to murders per capita. And Jamaica is not a very safe space. So as someone who's been involved in protests and someone who's had to make a request to protest, I've struggled with that issue. Because on the one hand, and Lachlan is right, he put up, made a point in the chat that there is a requirement to have a permission to demonstrate, and to there's a distinction between actually moving and standing. Standing is easier. I think you don't really need a permission there, but when you have to move, I think that is where you need that permission. So, and also I want to say that it's not always strictly enforced, because there are situations where there are spontaneous kind of protests and people are not arrested because they didn't apply. So I'm aware of that, but I also am aware that it can be selectively, done to quiet people because there's a law. Yes, but it's a tricky situation, because I have had situations where people will say, if you are invited to a protest, did you get permission? Because they want the police presence. You see, when you get the permission, you get the police presence, and it means it's a safer march, a safer protest. So I think one has to be very mindful of that. I take your point, I understand your point. All other things being equal, we ought not to be asking permission to protest. But in a country with so much violence, and as I said, as someone who has been involved in protests and have asked permission, I welcome the protection of the police.
May I, if I may, Professor Hamilton, is there a law? I remember at one point, you remember the 1990s gas riot where the student University of the West Indies, they march all the way down, but they couldn't come in front of Jamaica House at all, because there is a law that is in place that you cannot protest in front of Jamaica House. And there's also a law, if my memory serves me correct, I'm yet to be corrected, that you can't go in front of the parliament either. Are you aware of that?
There are certain limitations that the police will stipulate in these requests for permission to protest, and they usually stipulate the distance away from certain places. It includes embassies,
yes,
and it includes ministries and so on. And so there is that. Again, these are security considerations, I suspect, largely determined by that. And therefore, I think in this conversation, one just has to be mindful of that.
Mm-hmm. Because if my memory serves me correctly, I come into you, Jamaica. My memory serves me correctly. When the mass protests happened in the 1990s with the gas riot, I was caught up in it. I couldn't move left. I decided to just walk with them from Mona come down. And when they came to halfway through to go up Hope Road, no, when they came down to come to where Jamaica House is, there were barricades. They couldn't go no further. So the time when Mr. Patterson, we must be mindful of this. Joseph Patterson came on this program and my program and said that he did not get a permit to protest. He doesn't want a permit. He doesn't have to get a permit to protest. So when the police stop him and decide to lock him up, he didn't have a permit at all. And in any modern democracy, you have to go by the rule of law.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't recall the facts of that case, but I know that that is an issue with respect to the permission to protest.
Yeah. Let me just jump in and say that Mr. Patterson's case, he opined that he didn't see it necessary to ask the government for a permit to protest against the government, and so he was out there without a permit, and he was blocking. I think he was blocking the sidewalk, and so he was arrested. And then going back to Jeffrey's point about you can't protest in front of whether or not you can protest in front of JAMAICA'S or whatever. Rosalie, you're right. It's based on distance. I think it's 500 yards. You can't be closer than 500 yards to certain establishments like embassies and Jamaica House, but you can protest in the vicinity. But I'm trying to find it right now. But go ahead. Who was I can't see the faces.
Jamaica's.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, I was saying, Miss Rosalie, with all that is happening in Jamaica in terms of corruption, do you see it in your view as a real issue, and it is affecting the growth of Jamaica? And if you see, absolutely.
You know, we have estimates, and that's what they are, estimates that suggest that we lose over $1 billion, close to $2 billion every year through corrupt practices. That's a serious amount of money that could be used to addressing the social and economic needs, development needs of our country. It undermines the democratic process. It builds the distrust in government. And the more we can't trust our government, the more government can't function. Because for us really to move this country forward, we must collaborate with our government. The government ought not to be the enemy. We ought to be able to work with any government that takes power. And so once we have this vector of corruption that is persistent and it's there, then we see the distrust even in interpersonal relationships. People are afraid of, because you don't know who is involved in what. So it is a big problem, and we have to all work collectively to try to address it.
You know, let me have Rosalie, I thank you immensely for staying with us. I don't know if you want to leave, because I have something I want to show you and just get your opinion on it. Hold on a second. Let me see.
We'll wrap up on that note.
Eh?
I can wrap up on that note.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me get this. Let me get this this thing here. And this has to do with the Constitutional Reform Committee. And I caught the last part of the conversation. You're talking about security and integrity and all of that stuff. I just want to get your opinion on this. Hold on a second. Where is it? Wait, the Kevin.
Which one of them?
The one where the here it is. Here it is. Right. All right. No, this is a lady with whom, let me give the scenario. This is a lady who was in charge of outreach for the Constitutional Reform Committee, Dr. Nadine Spence, and she came on this program, and I don't know what happened, but she decided not to return, even though she's in charge of outreach. And we say, you need to come back and speak to diaspora. I've attended remotely their meetings, a couple of their town hall meetings, and I've put forward questions, and I've invited them. And at one point, she said, "Listen, Mr. Rattigan is asking in the chat for us to make an appearance on his program to speak to the diaspora." She said, I won't be able to make it, but I throw it out to the rest of the committee. We not hear nothing from them. But people, listen to this, and please don't laugh when you watch this. And this is in the public space too. Listen.
You can't stop the message.
In Jamaica, one of the things I say is this. I think Jamaica has, in my opinion, one of the most sophisticated anti-corruption framework anywhere else in the world. MOCA, Integrity Commission, on every Thursday, public officials sit in front of Parliament and they're questioned. Everybody gets questioned. We have boards that are appointed and are made up of ordinary citizens, and boards are expected to also ensure that our finances and our resources are expended appropriately. And we have the investigative capacity in our police force and other entities to do the work. But I think a lot of Jamaicans don't recognize that our anti-corruption framework is really very good. And that when people are held to book, they're actually charged and arrested. But I think what we need to do is promulgate more information so that our people can build more trust in the institutions and processes that have already been built.
So
wait a minute, miss, let me finish. Do we have more steps to go? Of course, we could do with impeachment provisions as well. But we're not so bad. I'm telling you the truth. We're not so bad. You see, if I thought we were bad, I would say we have a whole heap of distance to go. But I think we've covered some of that distance already. We are on our way. We can improve, but right now we're not so bad.
Yeah.
Some serious business, you hear? Holding people to account for the jobs entrusted to them is a serious problem in Jamaica. While you have your frustration about the MP, and I'm not just saying personalizing it, using myself as an example, I have so much frustration about the rest of government that I have to rely on to get the work done for the people. After I go and make the representation, I am not the road builder. I am not the one actually doing it. And I go and I make the representation. I get the road on a list, and then I have to wait for other parts of government to do their work. Because government is not a one-man show. The political directorate, as important as it is, it set the stage and the tone for leadership. But by virtue of number, we have more people in the other parts of government. And a big part of it is how do we hold everyone who is to serve the public accountable. What I have found, and it's not unique to me, because they know at the end of the day, the heat is coming only on the politician. They don't have to do anything, because whether they act or they don't act, nobody's hauling them out and helping and calling them to account. Government is not a one-man show, and a big part of this work is how we are going to work out the distribution of power, the governance, and holding people to account. We have a lot of work, but what a good time we have had.
Unmute your mic, Mr. Rattigan.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, thanks. The anti-corruption thing is working, so I don't know why all of you people out there complain. The Integrity Commission is doing fantastic work. MOCA is on top of their game. FID, oh man, they're fantastic. And then we're holding Go ahead, John.
No, I was saying CTAC. I forgot CTAC.
Oh, CTAC. Yeah, CTAC is on top of the... we don't need FBI because we have CTAC. Because how do we know this? The CTAC commander came out and said, we don't need the FBI here because these are local investigations that we can do ourselves. If and when we need the FBI, we will do so through appropriate channels. But we don't need them right now. I'm turning it over to you.
Well, the only thing I can say is that, people who spend a lot of time on these things, more than I do in terms of measuring corruption, the report has just come out. The Transparency International did the latest report in 2024, and Jamaica is 73, I think, out of 180 countries. And so, we're not ranking in the top of the world. We have, I think, it speaks for itself, and we're not moving much beyond where we've been for some times. And so
All right, no more.
I hear, that speaks volumes in terms of these international measures, right? We're not even halfway where the rest of the world is.
Yeah, and we dropped 4 points in the corruption index from 44 to 40. Anything below 50 means very corrupt. Listen,
correct.
Rosalie, I know you have to leave, so I was trying to give the panelists a chance to just say, some remarks to you before you go. Let me start with Pastor.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Rattigan. Lady Rosalie, thank you so much for the sacrifice on a Saturday when you could be at the supermarket buying food items that is cost so high and looking at some things and putting it back on the shelf like every Jamaican is doing. But I just want to say thank you so much. I enjoyed. I took some notes, so I've learned some things from you, and I appreciate it. That's all. Thank you so much. God bless you, and we'll continue to pray your strength.
Thank you.
Yeah, Jeffrey?
What can I say about this remarkable Jamaican trailblazer, a woman who stand up for the poor class of Jamaicans? When I saw her along with former director of tourism and also my good friend Jerry Small. Why am I getting an echo?
Everybody just mute while Jeffrey is speaking, please.
My good friend Jerry Small and others out there in the Hero Circle protesting against the 300% increase. And about 3 days, Professor was out there. And I lift my hat to you because you continue doing the work of the Jamaican people. You continue doing that. Hey, we must stand up for what we believe in. And it's people like you who drive me, who let me continue coming on my Make We Talk program. Because I tell you something, Professor. I don't feel like coming on here because I feel like I'm being a scratch record, talking the same thing over and over and over again. But when I see you write articles in the paper, you send it to me and I read it, these are the things that keep me going. And I want to say this to you tonight. That it may not be in our lifetime, but let it be said that when we're all gone, a Professor Rosalie Hamilton has stand up and continue to speak out for the poor class of Jamaicans. And you continue doing it. Because one day, as I always said on my program, the change that we seek in this country will never ever come from the two political parties. We, the people, have to be the change. And you continue to drive home the change that we seek in this country to our fellow Jamaicans. Thank you for coming on. I've learned a lot and continue doing the good work.
Thank you.
Jamaica.
Thank you ever so much. Good evening again, Miss Rosalie. I want to say thank you ever so much for what you have done, what you're doing, and what you will be doing. As the poet St. Augustine said, hope has two beautiful daughters, confidence and anger. Be angry at the way things are and be courageous enough. So it's anger and courage. Sorry. Be courageous that it don't remain as such. And you not just speak words, but you have action to marry it. And I believe that the day will come when somebody will tell your story. And your story must be told. And we want to encourage you to continue to do what you're doing. And I hear Uncle Tavares just said that it's going to be maybe in your lifetime. I want to say, assure you, the change is already happening because you have been speaking, you have been doing, right? So the change is going to happen in your lifetime. As Pastor Ricky said, we'll pray your strength because you are indeed a treasure to us. And I look forward to see in your knowledge, your expertise, your experience, going to every household in Jamaica and create that change that we deserve. Thank you for being one of our heroines, as Uncle Rattigan said. Thank you. Have a blessed one.
All right. Kevin.
As usual, Rosie, thank you. It's always a pleasure having you here. It's always a delight. Your wealth of knowledge is only challenged by your radiance as you show up here. So thank you for the time. Thank you for the enlightenment that we can never have enough of. Well, good. Take care. Have a good evening.
Thank you, guys. I can't help thinking from a panel of men that you all know how to sweet mouth out woman.
We're Jamaican.
The truth. It's the truth.
But I thank you. And I just want to say, though, quite frankly, honestly, I don't think I'm doing anything different. In fact, nothing compared to what our foreparents have done to enable us to be here talking freely about our future. You know, I am reminded of the fact every day that our foreparents, many of whom we don't even know, we know a few who we call our national heroes, but there are many died fighting for a cause, and they knew they would die. They knew they would die when they stand up and challenge the system. And so I continue to pay homage to them on whose shoulders I stand, and continue to speak truth and continue to ensure that this voice continues, that, you know, we don't forget where we're coming from. And there's too much happening in the world today to remind us that this struggle has not ended. Freedom was just one step. Independence was another step. We want this step to become a republic, to be another significant step. And unfortunately, Jamaics, you're young. I'm pretty sure I'm not going to see the fruits of my labor in my lifetime. Pretty sure. And so, like our foreparents who knew they would not see the end of slavery in their lifetime, they fought nonetheless and they died nonetheless. So I think that continues to encourage me to be the kind of courage to stand up every day fearlessly and say, this is not the way we should go. And we need a better Jamaica. I am biased enough and proud enough to say we are the greatest people on this earth. I have no doubt about that. And therefore, our greatness can shine. There's much more we can give to this world. And I think that if we have better governance and a better governance arrangement, we can do more. So thank you guys for having me. I enjoyed being here as usual.
Before you go, let me just say that I just want to say I cannot improve upon anything that's been said about you. And unlike Jeffrey, I am the change I seek. And I trust that we are all the change that we seek for the better Jamaica. And so one of the reasons for me sitting here is to apply pressure to do whatever is necessary so that change will become a reality in my lifetime. Me not do this for my grandpick. I do it for me too.
Thank you.
I want to show you something that epitomizes.
Thank you.
I want to show you something that epitomizes all that you are and all that we are on this platform. We're not closing our eyes, closing our mouth, closing our ears, and saying we speak no evil, see no evil, hear no evil. I want to thank my brethren Tigo for this thing here. But this is who we are around here. When I say who we are, this that you're looking at is not who we are. We use this as inspiration to do the opposite, right? We go and speak out when we say stuff. And when we hear it, we're going to make big noise about it. We're not going to cover up with mouth, cover up with eyes, cover up with ears, and pretend that I'm very waiting at the sun, like not happening, because things are happening. And guess what? The things that are happening are resulting in people suffering. This is not a game. This is not a game. It's a game. It's a very serious game. 70% of Jamaicans living in Jamaica will go to bed tonight with empty calories in their stomach or an empty stomach. This is reality, people. And that's why we're here. We're forcing a change on government. And when we criticize government, at least from my perspective, when I criticize government with intent that they'll do better. They'll realize their mistakes and do a course correction. Unfortunately for this government, they're so arrogant that they won't take, as my mother said, they don't take telling. So it's like move forward. And so it's left up to the people of Jamaica now. The future is in your hands, people of Jamaica. Your hands. You determine your fate, not them. You determine your fate, and by extension, you determine their fate. And like Jeanette says, think about it as an owner. Think about it as an owner. Think about it as an investor. Right? And if you start doing that, if you stop thinking like a voter, excuse me, because remember what you said, a voter has really only one responsibility. Every 4 or 5 years, you dip your finger. But if you think about it and said, we own this thing, we hire these people, we are employer, owner, and investor. If you have that mindset, if you have that changing mindset, you're well on our way to having the change that we seek. Rosalie, I want to thank you for coming on as usual. And I'm going to leave you alone for a while because you overstay. But I'm glad that we didn't force it to stay. That you said, you had the conversation.
All right. Thank you very much. And I'll use another quote that I inspires me all the time. Evil abounds when good men and women remain silent. So exactly. I know that we all have to keep speaking and continue the good job you're doing. And all of you. God bless.
God bless.
Yes, all right. Yes, people. I saw the thing set around here now. 1,570 now. Listen, our devices. What go, Jamaics? Like and share and what? What go?
Like, share, and subscribe.
Like, share, and subscribe, people. Go now and do enough for do. Like, share, and subscribe.
Tell a friend, tell a friend. Tell their neighbor and everybody else.
Jamaica is a true TikToker in us.
Yeah.
What let's say on TikTok do is touch up the screen, touch up the screen, touch up the screen.
Tap up the screen.
Tap up the screen, right.
I'm a true communicator. I
want to show us something. No. Let me see something now. Hold on a second. Here we go. I want to show us something now. Well, first of all, we just have a very serious conversation. So we have just a moment of levity before our next guest, right? We're going to have a little laugh right now, just for a minute or two. Here we go.
I have a question for you though, Rebel.
Yeah.
That speak no evil, see no evil, hear no evil. When you pose for them picture there.
When we
I said to myself, I have ears, so that's not me.
Hey, you know what? Let me just go to. Well, this is a moment of levity. We are laughter, but people don't go away now. Go telling our friends and companions, everybody for come for steer or come because we have Janet Calder coming on and we'll talk about ATIs. Very interesting. But in the meantime, we have something. I have one story I'd love to do. But before I do the story, I want to watch this. And I will request it last week. Because I love it. And it's back by special request on Popular Demand.
I need back my money.
So how are you going to deal with that?
The government alone really can't do nothing about this. You don't answer.
The government is doing its part as much as it can.
I hope.
This is a different government that has set a higher bar.
And
persons expect that there will be a quick return.
Nothing not go on.
Nothing not go on.
No.
It's just rubbish about nothing not going on.
You can't say anything you want to say.
Of course.
That upset me.
That's my style.
You see, that's not the problem.
Meaning?
That's not the problem.
It's not just to go blame the government.
This happened to me and it's going to have it 2 years.
Yes, you are worried about your problem.
I can't say back a dime.
We don't have nothing to do with that.
You know the company, you know how old. So don't bother with it.
Sometimes I hear people talk and I really wonder if they know what they're talking about.
Don't bother with it. Find something else.
Who want to go listen to conspiracy and gossip, you go on your way.
All this money, Miss Nana, one person know about it?
You have to take some personal responsibility.
If me start speaking, I hurt Jamaica a lot.
That is not going to get you far.
Cut the foolish.
You don't have to take my word for it.
Sorry for Jamaica, but I forget about my money.
We cannot continue like that as a people.
People, me not get back my money. Me not get back my money, people.
Ratty, yeah. I think I think what we need to do, is to find out how much to put this on a billboard in the heart of Lower Manhattan.
Not Jamaica. Put it in Jamaica, in our Alpha Tree Square.
Because at the end of the day, we're not really laughing at Mr. Bolt, The person who did this is a crafted person who did this,
Yeah.
Talented.
Brilliant.
Very talented.
All right, let me show you somebody who's talented. Hold on there. I wish I actually did. Oh, Sarah does. All right. Hold on there. Why you laugh, Kevin? No laugh, man.
You don't have no behavior, man.
Hold on. Oh, we always have to do the introduction, we always have to do the introduction, right? And the introduction is always done by one of my favorite ministers, right? Who take away himself, I think the Prime Minister take him away. But anyway, here he is.
I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians.
All right. We always have to start with that, people. That is the baseline. A politician telling you, do not trust the words of politician. So we can't trust him. Here is the story.
The unemployment number down to 3.6%. 3.6% in Jamaica. I never thought you'd ever see a number like that for unemployment in our country. It is a tremendous feat. When we talked about Jamaica in the past, we spoke about high unemployment, that was normal. High youth unemployment, that was normal. But now, because of all the hard work of many Jamaicans and the administration, we are at 3.6% unemployment. Obviously, that also leads to other issues and concerns in terms of the economy, but what it does say is that the economy is doing very well and that we have been able to steer the ship in the right direction and to lead us through some very choppy waters. And I say congratulations to everybody who has had a part to play in that achievement, 3.6% unemployment for Jamaica. And so I'm going.
All right. She said 3.6%. Can't believe it. And the economy is doing well. And we're steering the ship in the right direction, right?
Choppy waters. Oh, yeah, got through choppy waters and it good. That's contradictory.
Yeah. And here's the thing. There are others in the administration who went beyond that and said this is the historic low and it is this and it is that. And I keep telling them that, listen, it not no go so. I lie when I tell the people them. And I said to the people them, my family members, brothers and sisters, all around the chat and all around listening all over Jamaica. I said to them, listen, look in your community and tell me if it's only 3% of the people in your community not working. Just look in your community and tell me, because that is not the case. Well, I'm going to show you something now. Because remember what I told you, Remember what I told you, people. All around. Remember me telling you, say, them a lie too, Unemployment is north of 6%. Right? Right now, it's north of 6%. And the reason why them can't talk about 3.6% is because them changed the system. Them don't tell you that the system changed in January of last year, a little over a year ago. The system changed. The system that they've been using previously, it was more expansive. This system they're using is more restrictive. What it says it defines unemployment in a very narrow way. So, for example, if you're not looking for a job and because you just give up and you're not working, they say you're not unemployed. You're in the potential labor force. Remember now, you look for a job and you can't find a job and you have no more money to go up on an interview and this and that, and you just say, just give up here, man, I'm tired. Them say, no, you're working. And then if they come to you during the reference week, and remember the reference week, people, it's 4 quarters, 4 times a year, them do this. And them do it for 1 week at the beginning of the quarter. So, for example, the first quarter of this year, the reference week was the first week in January. First week. And if they come to you the first week of January and you just happen to sell snow cone when them come around, or sky juice, bag juice, and them say, yeah, I work, I say, yeah, me a hustle. But make us say, sell no more bag juice for the rest of the month. or for the rest of the quarter, guess what? You are counted as being employed for the whole quarter. Now, I'm going to show you in writing, but before I show you in writing, what I'm going to show you is how disingenuous and how some of these journalists are. What do I mean by that? I'm going to show you an interview where Cliff Hughes is talking to an official from Statin. I remember them a quote Statin, because Statin are the one who tell them that, say 3.6. And them a quote Statin, and them a try to get the lady at Statin to say that this is the lowest unemployment in the history of Jamaica. And I want to listen carefully to what the lady tell him. Hold on a second. Man. Kevin, you trust me if I go to do them things up on my own? I guess him laughs, so I guess it's yes.
Yeah, man. I trust you.
All right, hold on. All right, here we go.
There we go. There we go.
All right.
Tell people, I'm proud of him,
3.6% in July 2024 to its latest rate of 3.5% as of October. According to Statin, the female unemployment rate was higher at 4.5%, while the unemployment rate for males was 2.6%. The youth unemployment rate was 11%. This means an unemployment rate for young adult females at 3.7%, and for young adult males, it was 8.9%. The total number of unemployed individuals in October 2024 was 51,300. Females make up 60% of those unemployed. In October 2024, there were 687,500 individuals outside the labor force. Of that number, only 29,400 were classified as part of the potential labor force. That's 4.3% of individuals seeking employment but not available to work, or are available for work but not looking for a job. Siobhan Campbell for Nationwide News.
Yeah, the last category I'm geared though. Them they're not unemployed now. People who are available not looking for a job, or people people who are available and not looking for a job. That unemployed. But here is now where we are getting at the crux of the matter.
Well, joining us to discuss further, the Acting Director General of the Statistical Institute, Lisha de la Tibaudière. Yes, Lisha de la Tibaudière, and the President of the Jamaica Employers Federation, Wayne Chen. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. Are you there, Ms. Latibaudière?
Yes, good evening. Are you hearing me?
We're hearing you. Let me begin by getting something out of the way. Yes? When is an economy said to be at full employment? At what rate of unemployment are you said to be at theoretically?
Me to stop it right as a people, but the reason why I stop it, I want to pay close attention to what's being said. We will talk about it after.
Full employment.
So the concept of full employment is not something that is defined typically by statisticians. It is something that requires an assessment of not just the number of persons employed. You're looking at the total potential and productive potential of the economy, and it's usually several indicators that are assessed by economists in making that determination. So there is no set rate. It is more an assessment of what is happening in the economy and the society at the same time.
That are the first both him get. Come on, try to get her for say Jamaica's at full employment. And she tell him, say, no, we don't make that judgment. That's economists do that, not statisticians.
Oh. And what would be some of those things that they would take into consideration?
So if I could temporarily talk to you about economic theory, when you talk about the production possibility frontier, the curve, you're looking at what is possible out of all of the labor that is available within the society. And that's more of a theoretical construct that is assessed by economists, and it is not necessarily a hard and fast number. So you'd have to look at what is possible versus what is actually happening. And it is a theoretical exploration and understanding. So an economist might be better placed to.
And when did we as a country start to track unemployment numbers?
So we've been tracking the unemployment numbers for several years, since the 1968, sorry. So we've been tracking unemployment for several decades.
Since 68.
We've always been guided by the
Did you say
recommendation.
68? 1968 or before?
Yes, 1968, sorry.
Okay, that's 77. That's what? 67 years. No, less than that. 32 and 25. 57 years. 57 years. Yeah, since we've started to track. And these are the lowest numbers we have recorded.
So,
You hear my try be a tardo. And these are the lowest numbers we've recorded. Listen to what the woman I gonna tell him now.
was said in your article right before you came over to us, this is a new time series and it's not comparable with the previous time series because the way that unemployment is being measured has changed. So it's not strictly comparable in that regard. Therefore, we have to take a deeper dive and look at what is happening currently in the labor market based on this current set of figures. If you look at the number of persons, the employment to population ratio, for example, that tells you what percentage of the persons 15 years and older who are employed, and that's at 65.7%. If you look at the participation rate of persons 15 years and older, that's 68%. That's looking at 2 out of every 3 persons being in the labor force. Those are the metrics that we can speak to. But because this is a brand new time series that started in January this year, I wouldn't speak to looking at this as a record low.
Before we get to Wayne Chen, just for the listeners to understand, Mr. Rattigan, explain to us the updating that happened in the model.
All right. So it's not a model. It is a methodological framework for measuring. So in 2013, the International Labour Organization produced some recommendations on how we should update measuring unemployment in an economy. And we have adapted those measures in January of 2024. So what we have now is a slightly narrower definition of who is employed. So persons who are engaged only in subsistence work are no longer included in the number of persons employed. But also, when you talk about those who are unemployed, it's a much stricter definition. So before January 2024, you'd be counted among the unemployed if you are without work and if you are available or seeking, so either or. With this new recommendation from the ILO, you have to be without work, but you have to be both available and actively looking for a job. So that is a narrower definition of persons who are considered to be unemployed. Therefore, it's not comparable with the time series from before.
And in that respect, and tell me if I'm wrong, the time series before, if you were employed for what, 3-4 hours in the week, selling or whatever, you would not be categorized as unemployed?
So the definition, the 1 hour criterion remains the same. So as long as you're engaged in productive activity for at least 1 hour during the reference week, you are considered to be employed.
Let me stop it this one. People, when more than one, I say,
I am confused.
I say, I have the documents them here now. I was part of them there, Kevin. I answer them there. Starting, yeah. I have the documents them here. You hear what the lady say now. This is a lady who are run starting, you know. And here I try to get her to say this is record low. And the lady is telling them that you cannot compare them because let me show hold on there. Let me show them.
So, Mr. Rattigan, but me not look for that. May I say something, sir?
Yes.
So, in other words, she can't tell us if it's low unemployment. Let me tell the government is lying to the people of Jamaica then.
Of course. This is well on there, man. This is the thing
You can't really call it that.
This is the thing that my father, the ILO come out with a resolution, right? And so it says statistics of work, employment, and labor underutilization, right? That is what them use. No. Let me see what's there. Let me skip on showing us something. After the contraction, you don't want to touch that one there. See what going on here, people. LU, we do this before. LU1, LU2, LU3, LU4, right? This is how them add up. This is how them add up the thing. But before we do that, let me show you something. See what it says? Look, a person is classified as employed if they worked or for pay or profit for at least 1 hour during the reference week. 1 hour during the reference week, and you're considered working for the full 3 months. So if you get a little rose, a little weed whacking thing for cut some whatever, hedging or whatever, you get it one time, you're considered fully employed for the whole 3 months from January to March. Remember now, you know, it's a reference week. Them not come every week, every day or every week, you know. Them come for every quarter is 1 week, and it's the first week of the quarter. So them come first week of January, first week of April, first week of July, and the first week of September, August, September, October. That's how it works. So them come 4 times a year, 1 week for each time. Them do the, that's the reference week. 1 hour, and you're considered fully employed. And then if you look at so them put it here, you know. Potential labor force. This is weird. This is weird.
Real quick.
Yeah,
with this potential labor force, because you mentioned it earlier, and I wanted to ask. I know you. No, we're looking at it as you make reference to it again. If you potentially have $1 million, do you have it?
No.
Okay. Proceed.
Right. So I see your point. Yeah. This is where them put you. Them not say you're unemployed. Them call you potential labor force, right? And here are the 4 categories them have. LU 1, 2, 3, and 4. So what they do is them take you, them say you must be available to work, and you must be looking for work, and you must not have a job, and then you're considered unemployed. That's LU1. LU2 is where you're not working, you're available for work, you're looking for a job, or you only work part-time, 2-3 days a week, and you can work more. LU3 is the real unemployment rate, because LU3, it talks about people who unemployed, available, looking for a job. That's one group. The second one is available, unemployed, not looking for a job. That's potential labor force. You know what that rate is? That rate is about 6.something% now. So when them tell you 3.5, 3.6, they might use LU1. But that's not the true rate, because in LU3, you have people who give up work looking for a job, not working. Plus, don't forget, if you work 1 hour, you're considered fully employed for the whole, if you work 1 hour during the reference week, the week when them take the measurement, you're considered fully employed for the entire quarter, 3 months. That is how the matric on the people. That is how the matric on. And I'm glad the lady explained to him, said that, oh, and I think it's in here too, where them say that it's a different, let me see if I can find it. It's a different,
where she says it's a different metric.
Is that
different? What was done before?
Yeah, them say you can't compare it. You cannot compare it. It's here somewhere. I'll find it. But they talk about it, and they said you can't. Oh, here, Sita. Understanding the new labor force survey. And see, that's when they started, January 2024. That's when they started. So when them tell you, say, oh, it's the lowest it's been, they said lowest compared to what? So they're going to tell you, say, last year it was 4 and it was 5 or whatever it was, and now it's 3.6. And you said to them, say, no, it's a different system completely. There is, and you hear the lady, you know what? I'm gonna take my word for it. Hold on a second. Let me see. And see them do the sample of 10,464 dwellings every quarter. But I want to see the point where I show you what them say you cannot make a comparison. And that's what the government doing. The government see next one, the 1 hour criterion, where you work 1 hour at the reference week and you're fully employed for the 3 months. There's a part here where it says that you can't make the comparison. I just want to see it in writing. Hold on. Because them keep on to tell people Them keep on tell people say is the lowest and they're giving you the impression, that it can be compared. It cannot be compared. It cannot be compared, people. I'm telling you, just take my word for that. Potential labor force. Let me say my state. Stay with me there. Don't leave me there. Same talk about breaking the series, right? Or so?
In the fine print.
This right here, breaking the series, that's when them talk about them change the system. And above it, they say move to the strict definition of unemployment. So them leave out a lot of people. Let me see if I don't see it, I'll just go back to the interview. No, you know what? Let me go back to it again so I can.
When we look at the
back right, so him start up in foolishness, ask woman, I'll kind of I try to.
With this new recommendation from the persons who are so in 2013 can speak to it because this is a brand new.
Okay, all right.
So take a deeper dive and look at what is happening.
Go back some more.
Sorry.
Okay, that's 77. Yes. That's what? 67 years. No, less than that. 32 and 25. 57 years. 57 years. Yeah, since we've started to track. And these are the lowest numbers we have recorded.
So, as was said in your article right before you came over to us, this is a new time series and it's not comparable with the previous time series because the way that unemployment is being measured has changed. So it's not strictly comparable in that regard. Mm-hmm. Therefore, we have to take a deeper dive and look at what is happening currently in the labor market based on this current set of figures. Mm-hmm. If you look at the number of persons, the employment to population ratio, for example, that tells you what percentage of the persons 15 years and older who are employed, and that's at 65.7%. If you look at the participation rate of persons 15 years and older, that's 68%. That's looking at 2 out of every 3 persons being in the labor force. Those are the metrics that we can speak to. But because this is a brand new time series that started in January this year, I wouldn't speak to looking at this as a record low.
Mm-hmm. Before we get to Wayne Chen, just for the listeners to understand, Mr. Rattigan, explain to us the updating that happened in the model.
All right. So it's not a model. It is a methodological framework for measuring. So in 2013, the International Labour Organization produced some recommendations on how we should update measuring unemployment in an economy. And we have adapted those measures in January of 2024. So what we have now is a slightly narrower definition of who is employed. So persons who are engaged only in subsistence work are no longer included in the number of persons employed. But also, when you talk about those who are unemployed, it's a much stricter definition. So before January 2024, you'd be counted among the unemployed if you are without work and if you are available or seeking, so either or. With this new recommendation from the ILO, you have to be without work, but you have to be both available and actively looking for a job. So that is a narrower definition of persons who are considered to be unemployed. Mm-hmm. Therefore, it's not comparable with the time series from before.
And in that respect, and tell me if I'm wrong, the time series before, if you were employed for 3-4 hours in the week, selling or whatever, you would not be categorized as unemployed?
So the definition, the 1 hour criterion remains the same. So as long as you're engaged in productive activity for at least 1 hour during the reference week, you are considered to be employed. Mm-hmm. However, when we look at...
Let me move that down, man. We have...
I'm sorry, because honestly, I am...
Easy.
I'm confused. They keep on telling us that employment rate is down. But based on what this lady is saying, nothing like that.
The question we need to ask is down from what?
True.
That is the question you ask them, and them can't
What are
answer
we compared it to?
Yeah, because if them say it's down from 2020, because 2023, because 2025 now. So then this happened last year. So if they say it's down from 2023, you said no, you can't compare it because the system changed in January 2024. It's a completely different system, and the system was more relaxed, right? And now it's more stringent. Now they say if you're not looking for work, then you're not unemployed. You're in the potential labor force. So them create a new category for people who now work now. Whereas before, and if you look, let me show you why I say why I think it's more than that right now. If you look at this, it says LU2 was, we got to LU1 right there, so all right, here we go. So LU1 is looking for work, looking for a job, can't find a job. LU2 is people who are working, but they're working basically part-time. They have more hours than can work, but they're not employed for that period of time. Number 3 is the potential labor force, the people who them now count, the people who them just push to the side. Now look over here when them add up the numbers over this side here. When them add up the numbers over this side, LU3, which is what they should be focused on, not LU1, LU3. Look at what it was, 5.7, not 3.5 or 3.6. It's 5.7. If the people are not working, you must count them, because a lot of people them just give up looking for a job. Them can't find a job. Or them not gonna work for 15 grand. Because 15 grand, like I'll give you an example. I heard of a case where a lady who lived in a rural section of a parish, she got a job working at a restaurant, and for her to leave and go take this job, and she started it. She have transportation, food, clothing, this, that. It ended up that she was making 15,000 and she was spending about 14,000. So she actually worked for 1,000. So she said, no, I can't do this. She quit. Well, guess what? She was considered fully employed. Yeah. Go ahead, Jeffrey.
So hold on there now. So that means those guys are the intersection of
Fully
Waterloo,
fully employed.
who wipe car glass.
Yes,
Fully
sir.
employed.
Fully employed.
And the loader man halfway through saying papi in whatever, fully employed.
Get the money. Him get the money from it. Fully employed.
And the worker man who and the worker man who come next door to Sister Tem house, come cut her grass and mow the lawn.
Yes.
How long this has been going on, Mr. Rattigan?
No, this.
How many government use this thing?
A lot of governments use it, but here's the difference. And I pointed it out to some folks I was talking to yesterday. You see, people, when you start looking at the economy, right? People, and we're talking about cost of living now, which is an expansion of the conversation. People in America, you hear them complain about the price of eggs and produce and things in the supermarket. But one thing you don't hear them complain, at least I don't hear people complaining about in America, at least the people when me they're around, I don't hear nobody complaining about wages. So them not make enough money. I hear people complain about the prices of goods, and that is because the prices of goods, the prices have gone up, but not to the point where you don't have a livable wage. You still have a livable wage. In Jamaica, people are complaining about both of them. They must say, we now make the money and we can't afford it.
You know,
man,
Rebel.
say, they think the price them too high, inflation too high, they need to bring down the price. But you know, you're nobody I say, boy, I now make the money, you know. Me now work, me now make the money. You don't hear that. Well, you might hear that now because I hope people get laid off now.
Yes.
Can I say something, Sir Ratty?
Certainly, go ahead.
The methodology that they use to formulate how they measure unemployment, according to this reporting, is fraudulent. The country is in a recession, and this is why the people are losing faith and confidence and trust in this government, because they're misleading the people with misinformation, disinformation, to inspire their dejected, deflated, demoralized base. And so coming out to say good things that is false is not, it's doing a disservice to the country. Jamaica is in a recession. Jamaica is in a recession. If you go back to and so this foolishness about unemployment is at the lowest ever at 3.5%, defies the laws of economics. When unemployment is low, the economy is booming, meaning that you will have a lot of exports, a lot of production, in terms of manufacturing, and so the output of the country is going to bring down the unemployment rate. We're not seeing that in Jamaica. There is no way unemployment is going to drop to 3.5% when Jamaica is not even manufacturing. I mean, think of all the things that happened from last year. Let's go back to the first period. The economy, according to the IMF report that I saw this week, I thought the economy only grew by 1.9% from January to March 31st last year. But what the IMF is saying, the economy grew 1.4%. Weak. I mean, a weak growth. Then the second quarter, the period that covers April 1st to June 30th, which is the period before burial, the economy flatlined, 0.02%, flatline. Then the period that covers burial, July 1st to September 30th, and we know burial came July the 3rd. The economy declined 3.5%. These are statin numbers. Now, Plan Institute of Jamaica, because Staten haven't put out the fourth period numbers yet, has projected that the economy declined by 1.8%. So out of the 12 months of 2024, the economy tanked 9 months out of 12 months. Only the first quarter of last year, I have it. And only meaning marginal weak growth of 1.4%. So when they come out and lie to the Jamaica people and mislead the people with disinformation, and I mean, Dora should be ashamed of herself to have left corporate Jamaica to take up a position in the government to lie daily to the Jamaica people. The economy is in a recession. And one last point, based upon the Trump administration foreign policies, the geopolitics of America, I don't foresee any growth in this first period, this first quarter of 2025 that ends March 31st next month, because the USA have cut off USA aid to all the countries. They suspend that normally give grants and aids and kickbacks and all of that stuff. And furthermore, remittances are down. Tourism are down as a result of the shift in the Trump policy. Agriculture, according to the fourth quarter that Planning Institute put out, mining, exporting, all of that is in the negative. So there is no way the economy is going to rebound. If anybody understands economics, it's not going to rebound this first quarter. This is why Staten cannot put out the fourth quarter that ended December 31st. We have a disingenuous government that cares zero or care less about the people. They only care about winning election. Politicians only care about the next election. So they're going to present information that is false and the people are feeling it on the ground. Cost of living is sky high in Jamaica. I've never seen cost of living so high. Utility, electric bills are through the roof. Affordable housing is unaffordable, unattainable for persons that are making below a certain threshold in their salary. Minimum wage is 15,000 Jamaican dollars, which is equivalent to 97 US dollars. The hotel workers are only making $83 a week. Minimum wage is equivalent to 97 US dollars a week. The hotel workers, $2 a day is equivalent to $83 a week in the conversion of US funds. And then last point, this criminal government spent $1.1 billion US dollars trying to service or prop up or shore up one Jamaica dollar to the US dollar. So they spent in 2024 $1.1 billion US currency trying to save one Jamaica dollar. And guess what? Right now, the dollar is one Jamaica dollar is equivalent to 158 US dollars.
No, the other way around. The other way around. The other way around. $1 US.
One Jamaica dollar is equivalent to 158 US dollars.
No. One US dollar is 158 Jamaican dollars.
Okay.
Yeah. $1 US is 158 Jamaican dollars.
158 to 1.
Okay. So, right. 158 to 1. All right. Thank you. I slip of the tongue.
Yeah.
But, there's no way unemployment, when unemployment is low, the economy is booming. Ask any economists that. They will confirm what I just said.
Let me show you something, Pastor Ricky. Let me show all of you something. Look on that. This is where you just mentioned, and before that it contracted, right? You know what I'm saying? 2 quarters going south is recession.
Exactly.
2 quarters going south is recession. But look here. Listen to this, brother. Listen to this one here.
We're not hearing it.
Oh, I'm not hear it. That's it. All right.
Pump up the volume.
Them not here too.
Jamaica has been in a recession since September last year. If you want to tell the truth.
Hold on. Let me show you something. Then look on this one here. Look here. Them I said PIOJ said Jamaica not in recession. I made 2 consecutive quarters of decline. Right? And the 2 consecutive quarters, that tells you you're in a recession. And them said no. Then we have hold on a second there.
But Mr. Rattigan, economist Ralston said the country is in a recession.
It is in a recession. We don't need Ralston to tell you that. We know. Well, look on this one here now. Said Jamaica not feeling effects of a recession. So I guess he must say we have a recession.
From saying it's not a recession though.
I'm a rich boys, man. I'm not gonna feel it.
And look on this. This is my favorite minister. This By the way, I'm sending off everybody. I don't want you to feel like I'm completely ignore her. So when I'm sending off an ATI this week to her. So I'm sure the correspondence between us. I don't want you to feel like I forget her because it's an awful feeling when you feel neglected. I don't want you to do that.
Neglected.
Yeah. So I'm saying something after the minister. But you say Jamaica is not in a recession. When she become economist? When? We don't know when she turn economist at all. And then watch her. Pastor Ricky, remember you talk about the performance this July to September and it's gotten worse. Look at that. Everything is going down. Service industry 1.2, goods producing 6.5, the economic GDP minus 2.8. Look here, right, as a people. Look over another right hand. Look over another the side over here. So July to September. You know, see the minus them. You know, see the minus them. Just look right as so. Agriculture down 13%. Mining down 15. Manufacturing down 2. Construction down 2. And you go on and on. See right as so. Then put it in a chart up there so. Them put on the chart up there, so. But everything is down there, so by category. When you see the red, it means things don't look good. I watch out, pure red. Pure red. Where you see the numbers then? Pure red, pure red, pure red, pure red. But I want to show you something. You remember them telling us that our debt to GDP ratio is on a trajectory to go down to 70. And it means, and the Prime Minister lied to the people when them say it means that we have more money to invest. How not got more money to invest when they take the money and pay off the debt? Even if I do like what Barbados did, Barbados said, no, we are going to take a reasonable approach to it. We're not going to pay off it at a breakneck pace because we want to take some of the money and invest in our industries and our people and all of that stuff, right? All them things. And that is what Barbados said. Barbados is a relatively progressive country. No, Jamaica said, no, we are going to pay this off. What them don't understand, what them don't explain to your people. I want to know this. A banker loves nothing more than a customer who pay upon time and pay premium. Them not love not more. What them do? Them open up avenues of loans for you. Whole heap more loans them give because them say yes, you show the ability to pay off your debt. In essence, that's where it comes down to. Now me I'll show you something. You hear them talk about GDP to debt and them a brag and them a boast. Look on this. Hold on there. I'm there, Kevin. I'm not going away now. We just see it a while ago. Like this? No.
The chart, yeah.
Hold on there. All right. Now showing us something now. We are going to frighten no. Show us something we are going to frighten no. Remember now, you know, they must show off and talk about the debt to GDP and they must talk about the macroeconomics. You know, everything looks good. But people, macroeconomics, no matter to uno, especially the people who, most of the people at Jamaica, what matter to now microeconomics. That uno for about macroeconomics is up your side. That about GDP to debt and blah 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 blah. Uno don't understand them thing that uno no need to understand that. What I need to understand is this: me have money in my pocket. I'm a money good. Me can buy enough things to put in my fridge and put on my table. Me can send me youth them go to school. Me can take my family out on a vacation. Me can do this. Me can do that. That is what them for about, right? Now watch here. Should look on this. Kevin, big this up for me now, please. Now, these are the top 10 countries, you know, with the highest GDP to debt. Higher than Jamaica. Remember Jamaica go down to 70, you know. Jamaica go down to 70. All right. Wait till Kevin done big it up there. Which part is there, Kevin? Oh, down here, so? Hold on there. I'm going to show you something here. Where I go blow no mind. I want to tell the Prime Minister, if you tap, tell lie and tap, carry on. All right. Look here. Look at this. The top 10 countries with the highest debt to GDP ratio. Look at number one. And tell me, Mr. Jamaica can compare to the number one. Jamaica beg money from that country there. The number one country with the highest debt to GDP ratio is Japan. Japan people, and look at the rate, 264%, and we are going down to 70%, and we are beg them money. We have a better debt to GDP ratio, and we should have give Japan money. The money where Japan give them the other day for buy ambulance to the police and car and things. We don't need to give them back and tell them, say, we don't want no money. Because we rich and no. Our debt to GDP better than Funa one. Right? Venezuela, we can understand because we don't see what state that is. Sudan, we can understand. Civil war are going on. So Greece, them have economic. Look on the next one. Singapore. Singapore are our madly, you know. Everything we do economically, we say, why? We know Singapore. We use Singapore in our examples. Singapore, look at for them debt to GDP, 168%. And we are brag, so we are got to 70. And we are beg them up. Look at the United States. 129%. And we are beg them the people the money, you know. We are beg them money. But me I go show you something. Something else. We show you the top.
You see Lance White comment. You see Lance White comment, Rebel, in the chat? In the comment section. You see Lance White's comment?
At that never gonna want to show Lance. Now, Lance, big up yourself, Lance. Never showing us the people. Me are showing us when them are telling about debt to GDP. Tell them say we don't want to hear that. We want to know when we are going to get more money in our pocket for minimum wage. We want 30 and 45 grand. And that's what we want for buy things. I want the price them drop or stabilize. That is one of the no make them tell on look on this. Remember no people. We have big money from Japan. We have big money from United States. All Italy, 142%. We are broke our neck to get to 70%, and the people must starve. No, look on the bottom 10 countries. Right? So the bottom 10 countries supposed to nice enough because when it's high, it means show the ability to really pay off your debt. And we are talking about Japan. Japan will make all kind of products. We are talking about Singapore. Singapore is like the business capital of the world. And then we are talking about soon to be taken up maybe by Dubai. And then we are talking about the United States. Now look on the bottom 10 countries. What them they are, Kevin? All right. So the top 10 countries now with the lowest. Remember, we show the one with the highest, We'll show you the lowest. Look on the very last one, Palestine, 18.5. When you see what in Palestine, for them debt to GDP ratio far better than Jamaica. So them can't come and show up and say, no man, Jamaica will not talk, but we better, Look on Afghanistan at 7.4. Look on Turkmenistan, 8. Look on Azerbaijan, 11. Look on Burundi, 40. Look on Congo. Congo is like a field state. Look on Congo, 14%. So what we are trying to tell you, see right us below, it says, while a low debt to GDP ratio is generally desirable, it does not necessarily indicate a healthy economy. Many stagnant or developing economies have a low debt to income ratio because both their level of debt and their GDP are low. In fact, in some cases, a country's economy could be healthier in the long run if the country were to borrow from another country and invest heavily in economic growth. This would increase the borrowing country's debt to GDP ratio temporarily, but could also grow the economy and the GDP enough to pay off the debt and continue earning increased profits in the future. But what we are make? What we are manufacture? Where have we invested in our people? Not teacher, not there for teach. Not doctor, not there for render aid. Policeman a dig up. Look on Fitzbailey, Sir Fitzbailey. Him dig up gone. Everybody are run. So tell me how so when you show off about the lowest debt thing, all of them countries I know. A lot of them countries where you say with the low, they're failed states. Failed are failing. And by the way, Haiti there's somewhere I think Haiti must be in the top 20.
Sorry, Mr. Rattigan. So the Cayman Islands is failing 4.5%. So Cayman there?
No, it's not failing. What am I saying? It's the lowest. Yeah. So
the top. I see now. Yeah.
Yeah. So what am I saying is that Afghanistan do great. Afghanistan do better than America and Japan and Singapore. Afghanistan people.
Oh, Mr. Rattigan, as you're on that, the gentleman who is now the president for the African guy there, the young man there, who is investing in his people, buying solar.
Yeah.
What is their GDP?
That is
Burkina
Faso.
Yes.
It depends because I don't know if this will cover present, but it's gone up. It's gone up a bit. I don't remember what I know what it is. I just don't remember. The point to be made here is this: that debt to GDP ratio, Jamaica don't brag about it. Please don't brag about it, because only in a good company, right? To say that we have it's going down to 70 and down to 60. What that means, people, is this: they must strangle the economy to get the money out to pay the loans. And guess what happened? At some point in time, and I've heard Pastor Ricky mention this, that they might take out loans already, they might have loans already, they're going to take out more loans. They're going to raise taxes. Them going to take up
Understanding.
and raise taxes. Or maybe do both.
Our
Keep
cut
this in
program,
mind.
our cut spending.
Yeah, cut spending. Well, and them start do that already. So this idea
when you're
with
here,
this idea with them are coming is just foolishness. Listen, folks, we have a whole lot more things to talk about, but here I know. We'll give you no chance now because not turn on the phone. We have 14 minutes. No, 24 minutes. We're turning on the phone because we want to hear your views on what we've discussed today. The other subjects
Rebel, when you hear an argument like this, when an argument like this is presented on a political platform or a campaign, of course, you need to look deeper than what you get on the surface. To those that don't understand what it means when you have low debt to GDP ratio, it's going to sound fantastic. But when it's all relative. So now you put things into perspective and you say, you present information like this, and you realize, wait, but this is all just fluff.
Yes. The people.
It's a talking point.
It's a talking point. It's a talking point. My people, the phone line open, you know. So we want to hear from you, you know. Because if we don't hear from you, we are going to do something else, you know. And no found out the one views. Because no found out, I find out this for the first time, say, debt to GDP no mean nothing. It have to be contextualized.
Thank you. That's what I just about to say.
It's a country with like Palestine and Congo with a better GDP debt to ratio, debt to GDP ratio than Jamaica, and them countries are failing states.
But Sir Rattigan, honestly, Niger paid down the interest on the debt, not the debt. The debt is still high, you know.
The debt's still high, yeah.
The interest on the debt to get that to make them look good before the IMF to borrow more funds, like you said.
Yeah, because them are pay that off. Them not pay off the principal of the interest. Them are pay.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, them have more money. People call up the number 6673698569. All of my people in Jamaica, one of them, my people in Mandeville, Portmore, Kingston, St. Mary, St. Thomas, Westmoreland, Hanover, Trilland. One of them, talk to me. Come in. We only have 22 minutes left in our 1 year from now. If we turn off the phone, we not get no call. We can't complain. All right.
So, Mr. Rattigan.
Yeah.
This that you just present to the Jamaican people, whoever listening and watching from around the world and the Eastern Caribbean, as I love to say, this is something that the party, the People's National Party, can use.
We can use it. You can use. Everybody can use it. The whole we have a stake in this, you know. The whole we have a stake in this. So you're right. I don't know why more people not calling out the government when them come out and talk about the unemployment rate, when they talk about recession, and when them talk about the
debt to GDP.
I don't know why people don't challenge them and ask them and say, well, why is it that you're saying these things? And then we have the Democratic Republic of Congo. We have a better GDP than us, and yet still we consider that like a failed state. How about Palestine? And them have, you know. And then, by the way, how come you are bragging and boast, but then you borrow money from the country where the highest debt to GDP is Japan? You take money from them people, and you take money from the US government. We should have give them money, because if you use it, remember now, them say the economy is going well. Them say we must pay off them debt, and we're not in a recession. So we are going great. Hold on a second, caller. Good night. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Calling from Georgia.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Ratty, I believe there's a way the diaspora can be a part of Jamaica Parliament. I've sent a little small draft to Mr. Tavares. I don't know if he can share it with you.
Okay.
What he sent to me?
With you. He shared it with you.
Okay. Jeffrey, can you hear?
No, what he says he sent to me?
He sent
a draft
to show that. What was that again, caller? How we can get out of what?
The way the diaspora can be a member of the parliament in Jamaica.
Okay. He says that he sent you a document.
I sent you like a draft. That's a document, like a draft.
He sent you a draft explaining how the
on your WhatsApp.
When that was?
When did you send it, sir?
In my response to me and says, okay, so I'm happy.
Oh,
No, but I don't remember when you sent it because there's so many people sending it to us to my WhatsApp.
all right.
Yeah.
All right. Here's what we are going to do. We are going to talk about that after the program, and we are going to get to the bottom of this, and then we are called next speaker, so then we can discuss it. All right? I'm gone.
Sir
All right.
Rattigan.
Yes, sir.
I see OT talking about just the updates about the resensitization or the reconnection.
Oh, all right. Hold on a second. We have what, 19 minutes? Hold on. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Good. Calling from Jamaica.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Rattigan, they're talking about the BB minus rating.
Yeah, you're talking about
Hello? Yeah. BB minus ratings that they got the other day.
Yes.
Do you know that it's not actually a good rating?
Well, look, any rating them get to me no mean nothing because people are starved. So you can't get all the ratings you want, and put them up on your wall and everything like that. That now put food in people belly. So the BB rating and the whatever rating them want, you know mean not because when we talk to my family members.
But if FNs they are telling us that it's a very good rating or they got good rating.
If they want good rating, tell themselves to feed the people of Jamaica. Then we can talk about good rating. Feed the people of Jamaica and lift the minimum wage. Then we can talk. That's what I'm talking about, good rating. It don't mean the ordinary man on the street, it don't mean nothing to him because I'm still a suffer. This piece of so-called good news where them are give him, that is not good news to him because him still get 15,000. Him still have a wife, him have to go home to or a girlfriend. Him still have children at home. Him still have them expenses. So when you tell, listen, that is what them call the macroeconomic model. Macroeconomics model. When them say, up here everything is fine. The debt to GDP is fine and the economy is fine and all that. It's not fine. Don't make them fool.
Okay.
All right?
Okay.
All right. Take care of yourself. You're peeing while in the background there. Take care of yourself. All right. Carla, on the come in. Talk to me. Oh, folks, listen. We're not getting no calls from me. I'll shut it down now because here's what now. Jamaica's have a little announcement where we are work on now around this corner here. And I'm going to big him up here. I'm going to put him on the screen right here so he can talk to us. Because we have do some things around here where historic, some things where we are do never happened in the history of Jamaica. So
unprecedented.
Hold on the Jamaica before you go. Hold on there. Caller, welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Hello, good evening, Mr. Rattigan. I'm calling from California.
Oh, my brethren, well, go on. Talk to me quick now because Jamaica make an announcement and we don't want to run out.
Okay, yeah, I won't stay too long. What I was gonna say that not only that debt to GDP doesn't really matter, also import to export. You know, like the United States have been running negative on both.
Right.
For quite some decades right now, as you guys pointed out, some other countries that is doing that. But also, even if we're going to give them the benefit of the doubt, even though they're not, but we're going to give them the benefit of the doubt that they're at full employment. One of the things is that you don't want to stay at full employment for too long because there's a thing called oversteaming the economy.
Yeah, you overeat it.
After a while, things start going backwards. So you want people to come out of the workforce and start going retraining and gearing up, you know, for the next frontier that's going to come up. So
right,
that's another thing that I don't think they take into consideration. So,
all right, I'm going to look at the screen now. Can you mention about the deficit rate, the trade deficit? This is the stat we have for January to July, the one from August to December. We don't see that yet, right? But just the first 6 months, there was a deficit of 3 billion. 3 billion. We export 1 billion and we import 4 billion.
Yeah.
So we not make nothing. We not make nothing. All we make a little, the little vendor them we make a little bead and sell it to our tourists, and that we make. We make beads.
Yeah.
We don't make nothing. We don't make nothing.
And that's why when I called you the other night, I said they just get some people hitch up in our car and with them call them work, but they're not really adding any value. They're not making anything. They're not producing anything that add value to the economy. They just have a job.
You're absolutely correct. You are, brethren. You're going to run, leave it. Tune in and just watch the screen and see where Jamaica's are going to say. Because you're going to find it interesting.
All right. Blessing.
Brother, cool. Yeah, people, Jamaica's, we don't have much time because you know what's going on. We have to go over, go support DJ Kevin Stew in a few. So, the stage is yours, you know, sir. Just talk to the people, let me know. We don't have to get, well, we just leave it up to you because you're boss.
Thank you ever so much. As you said, unprecedented. I thank you for this opportunity. I thank everybody for their listening ear as well. And as the Persian poet Rumi says, start your fire and seek those who fan your flame. Jamaica, it is called to action. It's time for us to act. We have been coming here educating the Jamaican people. I came on late, but nonetheless, I came on empowered because I've always been watching Wilfred Rattigan's show. I've watched Mystic Sensation, Mr. Tavares, and we have done the first part by informing. So once we're informed, we're empowered to make changes. And we are looking to you and also the Jamaican people back home to join hands and said, yes, let us reconnect, resensitize, and let our voices be heard, as the Prime Minister said, against poor governance. We must raise our voice in concert, as the Prime Minister said. And this is a perfect opportunity to say, come along the diaspora. You have been sending home over $3.3 billion US, not Jamaican, but US. This money has been coming back in an unsustainable way. But I will say this, anything that you have to give it in a way that is going to make a difference. The difference is that we must stand together. A protest, a resensitization, an education process, and we look forward to your support. We'll be having more details about this, and I love the idea when I heard it. I took a break from social media a bit, but when I went back and I listened to Mr. Rattigan and also Pastor Ricky, and hearing what is the plan, I say, no, man, this is what I've always been saying, because a lot of people saying, we're hungry. We're really, really hungry. People are got in bed. Now, no food. Kids are crying. Kids are suffering, right? This government is a corrupt government, and it must stop. And the time is now, I believe. So when I hear the initiative saying that our family members are willing not just to send money and to make talk on the internet, but to come here and hold our hands and say we need to get rid of corruption. We look forward to your support. We look forward to meeting and greeting you. We want to have a day when we can reach to our kids, see their talents, what they have to offer. So call this a reconnection, resensitization. There's so much expertise within the diaspora, and we need you to come along with this task. And it's just gonna be amazing. We'll have more details to give you. Any question, any suggestion about this protest, we welcome it. We welcome your body, your expertise, whatever you can. We look forward to you. Mr. Rattigan, you said $20 per person, if you can, and there's no limit to it.
Yeah, what we're going to, we're going to, people, is that we're working on something right now. It's a rally, and this is going to reverberate in Jamaica, because you know, last year we did 4 protests and we had 1 conference in the diaspora. Well, now, as we say in Jamaica, we are take it to them. So now we're planning to join hands and heart with our brothers and sisters in Jamaica, and we are going to do something in Jamaica, because I just noticed in the chat people say, yeah, we talk a lot, but we don't do anything. Well, stay tuned. We are going to do something in the next coming weeks, and it's been planned right now. We have people on the ground. We're getting a whole bunch. We're looking at the logistics of it. We have some commitments already from certain people, certain organizations, and this thing, God willing, it's going to happen, and it's going to be like a family setting. We don't want no political team to this. It's going to be a family setting, but we are going to raise the issues. We are going to raise the issues. For example, cost of living, and cost of living going to include, debt to GDP, It's going to include unemployment. It's going to include recession. And we're also going to talk about issues like beach access or the lack thereof. We're going to talk about issues that affect Jamaicans.
Education
Regardless
is
of
a major thing.
political affiliation, you are affected by the cost of living in Jamaica. We're going to talk about these things, and you're affected by the cost of living in Jamaica because of the policies of this government. It's not no phantom policy. We know who's responsible for what's happening in Jamaica. We have a group of people that's been there since 2016, since February 2016, and they've made promises, and they've said we are going to prosper, but instead we have ended up deeper in poverty. And we're going to talk about those issues. But it's going to be a family thing because we want you to bring your children to this event, We want you to bring your children, and we want you to bring your family and your friends. And we are going to provide transportation for people to come. We are going to provide food, not refreshments, food. We're going to provide food like chicken. We're going to provide chicken. We're going to provide real food for people, right? And we're going to bus you in. And when I say bus, I mean like, you bus like a singer or anything. Like we're going to put you on a bus and bring you come to the place. And we are going to take you on the bus and take you back home. We are going to do all of that. So we just want to just keep this in mind. We're in the rough stages right now, but I tell you what, I have to give a lot of credit to this young man I see in front of it, because this young man took the bull by the horn, and I have a product from him that is just nothing less than brilliant. And so we are going to implement that program. We are, as I said, we're in touch with people. People are in agreement with it and said, yes, we welcome it. We want it to happen. And some people would say, well, don't talk about it now. You can't hide this because you can't hide this because you need to apply for a permit. you need to rent a place, a venue. So you can't hide it. And we're not trying to hide it.
Yes.
We're asking Jamaicans of all political stripes. We don't care who you are. PNP, JLP, UIC, Up Jamaica, NDM. We don't care who you are. We're inviting everybody to come out for this event, because you are all affected by what's going on right now in Jamaica. Even the people, let me say, I jump up and down, the JLP supporters are jump up and down, they must suffer too. They must suffer. I mean, guarantee you, them going to come at this event.
Invite them as well.
Invite everybody to come.
Yes.
Everybody to come.
Bring
and
the kids, bring the
your family as well. Bring your family as well. We have a date. We're not going to release the date right now because we're working on some things. And once we have everything in place, then you will be so advised. And then I know, I just know that people are going to show up in their thousands. I just know Jamaica's the place we're looking at. I know it's going to be overrun. I knew
Amazing.
So,
and people, bring your ideas, bring your contribution, bring your expertise. It's welcome. And as I said, it is not limited to any political lines. It is for Jamaicans. There are issues in Jamaica, and the issues of poverty, hopelessness, degradation, and separation. We don't want that. We want to be educated. We want to be taken care of, and we want to have sustainable growth. So this is what the initiative is about, mainly education, because we must be educated to be empowered so we can make changes for ourselves firstly and contribute to our country productively. That is all that we're asking. Come and have a grand time with your family members. Come to learn, and come and bring your hungry belly. Not that disrespect, but come and eat with it. Yes, man.
Come on. Food out there, enough. Mr. Tavares, anything you want to say, sir?
Well, all I can say is this, that come on down. It's full time that we in our country send a clear and present message to this administration that we will not stand by and allow you to continue belittle us or to continue to run this country the way how you feel like running this country. We put you there. We have a say. And in the same breath, I want to say to members on this platform to join the Make We Talk Current Affair program this Monday at 7 p.m. We'll be discussing the Portmore becoming a parish. with members of the Jamaican diaspora. And on Tuesday, March 4th at 7 p.m., our special guest will be former Minister of National Security. He's also the former Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade and former Senator, K.D. Knight. He'll be my special guest this Tuesday. We'll be speaking about Jamaica's political climate. Monday, it is Portmore becoming a parish with members of the Jamaican diaspora at 7 p.m. So join us then. We'll be having our special guests from the Jamaican diaspora. We'll be having our panel, Wilfred Rattigan and JAMAICA'S and others will be coming on to speak to you. To speak to you all that we can have a better Jamaica, because you know they use the majority of their vote to push the bill through the parliament, and enough of it. We need to do something more. Thank you all for coming on.
Yeah. All right. We only have 3 minutes left.
I have one.
Pastor Ricky. Kevin, go now, Kevin. Can you have to dig up?
Yeah. People, I want to take care of yourself. This week on the night shift to DJ Kevin Stewart's Wednesday night at time live. Not to say that the broadcast doesn't go on. The broadcast does go on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. This Wednesday I'm live 10 p.m. Eastern. The night shift to DJ Kevin Stew. Real Talk Wednesdays. And coming up right now after this on Reggae Global Radio is the Saturday Stew. So come with your bowl full, your bowl empty to fill it up with some music. Yeah, a musical stew. But yours truly, the chef. So come on over. The Saturday Stew right after me. The Rebel comes back. So I'll give him time to refresh. Yeah, I'll be there. I'm out.
All right. Pastor
Thank
Ricky.
you, sir, Rattigan, for having me. Everyone, God bless you. And I look forward to beat and teach them some more. Thank you.
All right.
Yes.
All right. Folks, I just want to say something to you now, right? Before Pastor Ricky them leave. I just want to say something to you. I want you to tell me if we ever say a diaspora so dynamic. I want you to tell me that. Honestly, I want you to tell me. Because the diaspora where we grew up and come see now is a diaspora where them just flan,
Send barrel.
And them just take what the government tell them, and them just follow lockstep with them for do, and them no raise no issues because them a look favor. Well, them a look favor. Them a look for red carpet treatment when them go to Jamaica. Well, we not look for that,
Order of old donkey.
We are look for the red carpet treatment. We are look for the red carpet treatment for every Jamaican. That's what we are look for. Not for the few, but for the many. And we are doing all of this, because we believe in that piece of rock. We believe in that jewel. We believe in that country named Jamaica. We believe in its people. We don't believe in what the government is doing. We don't believe it. And they have plenty of time to prove themselves. And they've proven who they are. And I forget this American quote. What's your name? We say, when somebody tell you who they are, you better believe them.
Believe them.
Or if them show you, and we can see it. So here what? I just want to big up JAMAICA'S, want to big up Pastor Ricky, want to big up Jeffrey Tavares, Kevin, and of course our dear sis, Rosalia, for showing up and educating us. Tune into Kevin Stew right now, and at 10 o'clock I will be back. We'll feature just female artists at the reggae songs from all over the world. So until then, people, big up on yourself. Take care.
I'm the rebel.
The rebel.
Thanks very much.